Plus Elite, a car service in Texas, not only to parties, weddings, wine tours, and birthdays, but anywhere you want to go, like the draft.
The sports calendar is heating up, and with ESPN Bet Sportsbook, you can go from checking news to stats to placing bets in a couple of taps. Stream games, bet live, and get exclusive offers when you link your ESPN account. Right now, you can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for basketball and hockey this season. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every one-timer and buzzer-beating 3 live and in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Don't miss out. Visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
7 o'clock in St. Louis, and you are listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN, a show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, and can also be viewed at youtube.com/TMASTL. Come on in to the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat and talk it over with other friends, such as Bill's Holes, the Bridgeton landfill fume huffer, Erwin M. Fletcher, who says, I'm not into that kind of negativity, Holes.
Holes. Good.
Yeah, he said, well, the Kings secured home ice, so the Flames' opponents do not have much to play for. Doug, we have playoff hockey here in St. Louis, even though it is the regular season conclusion at the Enterprise Center. Hello again, everybody.
Well, hello. I know some people are getting nervous, but you don't need to be. The chances are still 98.5% the Blues get in the playoffs.
Tim, is that according to Puck Monkey?
Martin, you see Puck Monkey. I see Money Puck, and Money Puck has the Blues at 88.5. 88.5.
No, I expect they will roll over Utah tonight.
Okay.
They will roll over them, and that'll be that.
If you are interested in wagering, bet $160 on the Blues, and you will receive $100. They are minus 160. The Utah Hockey Club, potentially the last time they're ever the Utah Hockey Club. Think about it. Plus 135.
I've lost track. They won't be the Yetis. That was a patent issue, right? Where did we leave off? I actually forgot. Sasquatch or something stupid.
Yeah, it was something really stupid that I think was leading the pack. They did score 7 goals last night, though.
So they're tired.
So they could be tired, or they could be a dangerous hockey club.
It is nice that they got the back-to-back. It is nice that they got the back-to-back. Doug, Utah Mammoth, Utah Hockey Club, and Utah Outlaws.
I don't like any of that. The Outlaws?
You know, Mormons, when they get a little crazy, they're outlaws.
I don't know that they cause a lot of trouble.
The Osmonds?
Well, they were, sure. They were a snootful.
Licks, does your father-in-law claim you as a dependent on his tax return? That's from the Orson Woods Wacko.
And we're off.
And we're off. That's the Air Comfort Service tax line, 314-399-9646. You can call in Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And that YouTube chat. And that's where friends gather, Doug, and they talk it over.
Okay.
And already more than 100 people are just sitting there waiting for us. YouTube.com/TMASTL. I would think most people at this point just have the app and they go, TMASTL. I subscribe to it. And I'm going to go in there and I'm going to talk it over with friends like Deep Voice Dude and John Scores and Bill's Holes.
Well, since it's tax day, I can't get past the question, can your father-in-law claim you as a dependent? I wouldn't think so. I wouldn't think that that's legal. No.
Where's Mark Milton? You think he can call in and give us an
he would
answer?
know. If anyone would know, he would know.
Yeah.
Can your father-in-law claim you as a dependent? I just don't think so. I would think that's unusual.
But I would consult with a tax attorney like Milty.
Right, there could be some situation where you sure could.
Sharon and Clayton says someone needs to go pull the fire alarm at the Ritz this morning to wake those Utah dorks from their slumber. I'll pay for bail for whoever does it. That's Sharon, and she's in Clayton, Sanibel, Maui, and Michigan.
That's a nice gesture. Is that what they stay at the Ritz? As much as we like logistics, what do you think it costs to put a hockey team up in the Ritz Hotel?
Oh, this is the greatest crowdsourcing in the history of the show.
On the road. Just an estimate. On the road all year, 40-some-odd games.
And
probably.
hockey always stays at the nicest hotels.
Yeah. Man.
Doug, how many K1s you got, boy?
We're the Fairmont.
How many K1s?
That's right, the Fairmont San Jose. Larry Plow.
Mm-hmm. Okay, guys. Okay, enjoy a free meal. Okay, say something nice. That was sort of implied. Every playoff year, Larry Plow would buy the media a meal. And then the next day we'd say, this team's got no heart. Like, God, you jerks, you just took the free meal. Okay, guys.
He was a nice guy.
Super
Larry
nice.
Plow was a great guy.
Super friendly.
Is he still around?
Oh, yeah, sure. I think he was
crowdsourcing.
I know.
He was
what I'm here for.
Larry Plow, if you could call in, we'd know you're alive, and then you could tell us what it costs to put up a team. I went to traveling party, Doug.
What about generous executive Mike Caruso?
Probably listening. He'll just send me a middle finger. He won't comment. He won't help in any way.
Is that what Holliday does? When Mr. Licks
Holliday
calls
just says bad call.
And that was in reference to Mr. Licks yesterday.
Doug, Matt Holliday doesn't call this show anymore.
No.
He just texts me when he doesn't like a caller. That's our new That's our new relationship. All right, let's do this. So how many guys on the team? 20 to 25. Okay, now you got equipment and coaching. What's the traveling party? Probably 40-ish, maybe a little more. What's a room at the Ritz, even at a discounted rate? Let's say you get a great deal, Tim. Can I tell you it's $300 a night? That sounds a little low, but maybe they cut a deal.
300 times 40 is $12,000.
Okay, and it's probably...
But there's nothing like seeing the media eat.
There you go.
That's for one night.
Blues are just on... Remember they were L.A. for like a week?
Yeah.
100 grand just for 1 week of hockey?
I wonder if they get a break, renting so many rooms, and the hotels probably like the team staying there. Maybe they get a break.
I do like logistics.
Logistics talk.
Is it too early?
Cardinals win 8-3. How about that? Fight Cardinals beat Astros, and Doug, while you were away, they beat Aaron Nola and Zach Wheeler, and last night they beat Valdez, beat him up around the ballpark. Brendan Donovan going off with 4 hits, and Sonny Gray dealing as the Cardinals have won 3 of 4 against what you would think would be some damn good pitching over the course of the season.
Getting great pitching, too. Not just Gray. Livatore was very good.
Livatore was sick. Palante on
was
Friday
good,
night.
yeah. Don't know what to make of this Cardinal team yet. We look at them for a couple game stretch and we think, it's not there. And then 2 or 3 days later, you look and go, well, maybe. This team's got some parts.
I enjoyed Sonny Gray talking about his slider. He goes, I don't know, what do we call it now, a sweeper? I agreed with him because all of a sudden you have to say it's a sweeper. And he's a major league pitcher, and he seemed to be a little confused by what the lingo is these days.
Who gets to make up the lingo?
I don't know, but he kind of looked at the media side on what are we calling it, a sweeper? He was great. And, they've won his last 8 starts going back to last year. And they weren't a powerhouse last year. I think Donovan just quietly... We had Brad Thompson on yesterday talking about Donovan. He's leading the league. He's got a 10-game hitting streak. He's hitting at .391. Just
Brendan Donnie, that boy is scrappy.
How could that not be his walk-up song?
He's a little better than Scrappy.
A little bit of Big Me.
I think he gets elevated above Scrappy at this point.
That's fair.
Yeah, they had him hitting third earlier in the lineup. They dropped him down, and he seems to have done better.
I don't know.
A little deeper in the lineup.
In St. Louis, Scrappy seems to be the most platinum crown of them all.
Ooh, I like that. The most platinum crown of them all.
Huh. Well, we do like guys who run out the double play ball.
Who gets the ladder
too
ovations?
tall.
Yeah, probably like an inch or two too tall.
I think so.
I think if you stand him next to Jordan Walker, there's a good picture of him last night next to Jordan Walker. He looks scrappier, but then next to a shorter player, he certainly would.
He's listed at 5'11", 210.
Yeah, it's too tall.
And I don't have the definition in front of me for Cardinal fans' love of Scrappy, but can I say he might be too good?
Bo Hart will be calling in any moment.
Because you don't have to really be good to be scrappy.
Well, do they have any scrappy players right now?
That's a great question.
Brendan Donnie.
Pie strikes me as maybe scrappy.
All the catchers seem to be pretty scrappy. They all rake.
Nolan Arenado also went on a rake festival last night, Doug. Hit his second home run of the year. Also had 2 doubles. Had a hell of an at-bat. 10-pitch at-bat that culminated with a double. And he had a 3-for-4 evening as well. So the Cardinals are now 8-8 on the season, and they love playing in St. Louis as they're 7-3 at Busch Stadium.
They get a big boost from the huge crowds here. Maybe that's it. That's got to turn around, doesn't it? At some point, if they continue to play this well and play a pretty exciting brand of baseball, the fans have got to come back.
We were talking about it. If they continue to play well, if you win, does that move the needle? And that's a great debate because some fans are dug in, so they're not going back no matter what. And they've said it's not about the players, it's about the front office. But by midsummer, if this team's ballin', Doug, are they eyeing a baby?
If we can get hot, we could win this baby.
Will there be a baby at Enterprise tonight? Just sitting there
Should be.
ready to be grabbed?
I might bring
Somebody bring the baby.
Yeah, I could see the Cardinals contending this year.
Shut up, Doug. They're 500. How about that text? God, you just got back and you got told to shut up.
Well, 500 might keep him in the race.
Yeah.
For a long time, anyway.
Cubs, for the record,
Central.
lost last night, and so the Cardinals are the second-place team in the National League Central with that 8-8 record. The Cubs are a game and a half up. Cardinals tied with the Reds as we monitor the National League Central pennant race.
The West
April
race
15th.
is wild. Where San Diego's 14-3, the Giants 12-4, the
That's
Dodgers
where
12-6.
Jackson sees Mike Schilt on the hot seat yesterday. Ken Rosenthal had a column, 9 managers who might not finish 2025 as the manager of their team. Jackson did guess Ollie Marmol. That was correct. And then he went to Mike Schilt, whose team is 14-3.
Best record in the league in all of baseball.
Yeah.
You want him out?
I just haven't liked what I'm seeing.
The best was he doubled down.
Yeah.
I said they're 14-3. Or at the time, 13-3. They beat the Cubs last night, 10-4. And he still was out of it.
Hey, yeah, they don't crown the champion in mid-April, That's what I say.
Padres are 11-0 at home.
Yeah, but
That's exactly right. Yeah,
but-
Petco advantage. Yeah, let's see what happens. They're not road warriors, clearly.
No, 500 team on the road, so he's got to go.
Yeah, something's got to give.
Jackson, did you feel
Yes.
like you had no choice at that moment but to double down?
Yeah, exactly.
Like you were stuck, but you're like, okay, if I fold, it
Yeah.
looks worse. I'll just stick with it, and if they fade late in the year, I'll say, aha.
Yeah, and I'll forget about it if they end up, winning it all.
They're
It all
winning
started
despite
with
him.
Norman Dale and Hoosiers. I apologize for nothing. Norman Dale. Gene Hackman, Doug.
It's true. And Chitwood wanted to play.
Yeah, and shit would walk
We
right in.
solved the Gene
Kind of a
Hackman
bad
mystery.
teammate, Jimmy Chitwood.
Jimmy Chitwood's a bad teammate?
No communication.
Well,
Quit on
quiet fella.
Quit on the team.
He'd had enough.
Quit on the team. Probably a ball hog.
Wow.
Jimmy Chitwood gets taken down
Yeah.
39 years later.
Well, yeah, like, hey, Jimmy, are we playing a 2-3 zone? And he doesn't say anything back to you. You're like, oh, Teammate of the Year award.
Mr. Licks has issued a response, not on Jimmy Chitwood's behalf, but the attack that his father-in-law has to claim him as a dependent here on April 15th. He answers the Morrison Woods wacko by saying, no, he doesn't. For your information, though, you cannot claim your wife's boyfriend as your dependent, even though he sleeps in your basement when he is not in your bedroom. That is from Mr. Licks and Doug. We're underway in the text inbox as tax dependents are being discussed amongst the balance sheet battle between Mr. Licks and the Morrison Woods wacko. They're going to have that balance sheet showdown, I think, at the Starbucks at Clayton and Lindbergh.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. And is one of us going to be the judge?
Jackson will be. I mean, as a Ladue guy, he knows how to read a balance sheet. I don't know what they look
You'll
like.
go there and look at them.
I know.
Just
a
look
lot
at
of
my
commas.
checking account.
I've seen a lot of commas in my day.
Have you?
Yeah.
There in Ladue.
I'll just be there with, very small glasses, probably a green,
Bifocals.
green visor, and I'll just break it down. Adding machine.
Adding machine where you crank it.
It's going to be a big day for Jackson. I can feel. Yesterday,
Is that right?
you were a little quiet early. I feel like today.
He was all hopped up on his stuff yesterday.
Yeah, well, it got there.
Yeah,
I feel like
I had a sound story at 11:30, delightful sound story, and Jackson exited the building at 12:45 and said something like, "It's amazing what I can get done."
Yeah, when I focus, truly, it's a medical marvel.
For Jackson to leave here at 12:45, that's record
rare.
setting. This guy can sometimes be here at 5 o'clock.
It's true.
So you had the medication yesterday.
Have it today.
Oh, do you?
Oh, is it today another 12:45 day?
I have a sound story at 11:30. Very much
God bless
looking forward to it. So probably a little later than that. But yeah, I'm working.
I'm working. Yeah, Tim, he's working.
Well, there's always work to be done. That's the key. Always something. So I try to get it taken care of.
Martin, you're right. He is going to have a big day.
I just in a nutty way. It's kind of I think we're going to keep the Blues and their fans loose with your kind of just offbeat nature today.
Well, isn't loose the best place to be when you have, a game of this magnitude on the horizon?
Loose
I
but
agree.
intense.
Right.
They
Staying
must be intense.
focused on the goal, but loose in your approach.
Huh.
That would be my little piece of advice for the Blue Note tonight.
I did hear JR on the fast lane yesterday, and he was offering up a possible scenario here. So if the Blues win in overtime,
Yes,
that's
yes.
2 points.
That's
then you,
right, that's
then you
right.
have 96. Calgary has 2 games left. If they win out, they would have 96. But they would break the tiebreaker if they won in regulation. I had not thought about this. So the Blues winning tonight in a shootout or overtime does not clinch it, correct?
That is correct.
So the Calgary Flames could then, in theory, win their last two in regulation, and they would pass you in the RW, which I had not thought about. So an overtime win tonight, as thrilling as that would be, doesn't quite do it.
That's correct. You are correct, sir. There are a wide variety of scenarios. Calgary will drop the puck a little later than the Blues and Utah tonight as they take on VGK. And then because of the fires in Southern California, their game was rescheduled to Thursday night with the Kings, and that is why they are playing on Thursday night. So, Doug, it can all get wrapped up with just one win. That's it. Let's wrap it up. Let's get it tonight. Regulation, okay?
I think it will. It will. They'll beat Utah tonight.
Are you betting a small fortune?
If I was a gambling man, I would.
All right, I guess I'll go
They'll
full
win
air
this
fire
game.
bullet. Mm-hmm. I got to bet 160 to win 100.
Well, that's not great.
Now I can lay a goal and a half, and then I'm plus 160. So the Blues are up 3-2 late in the third period. Well, Utah has pulled the Stetminder, and here comes the captain skating in with a Jim Dandy to send his team to the Yoffs.
Braden Sheen. Seems about like how it'll go. 4-2 maybe.
All right, 4-2 your final, Martin. That
5-3,
means you
something like that.
will push the total, which is set at 6. For the record, Calgary is minus 115 against VGK, so not nearly as big of a favorite. VGK, of course, a much better team. VGK, however, not playing for anything.
Yeah, and may rest some people.
Try.
So that's a problem.
Any chance you can text Petrangelo, who, of course, plays for the Oilers, but also will play for VGK, and ask him if he can play tonight?
Pick it up, Petro. That's what I'll say.
all
Hello,
the text
Petro.
is
Pick
gonna
it up.
say.
And then he texts back, sorry, back in Vegas golfing. You're like, oh, boy, not a good sign.
Getting some work in.
And then the Kings will be the same way should things not go perfectly tonight. When the Flames play the Kings won't have much to play for either. So this is a game the Blues really
Go out and win.
have
Just
to
go out and win. Don't
Mm-hmm.
sit around watching TV.
Make your own luck.
Thank you, Jimmy, hating
I don't hate.
Burkett.
No hate. I mean, 15-foot jumper like you wouldn't believe. But again,
So you enjoy his game, but not his body language?
I just prefer someone who can talk on the floor, Switch, double.
Nice. Mouse in the house?
Absolutely. Mouse in the house. So,
There also is a scenario where the Blues and Flames get in and the Wild don't make it. They get a game tonight with Anaheim. They're minus 250, so Las Vegas doesn't necessarily sense that the Ducks will be particularly motivated or just good in general. But that can happen because the Wild are sitting there with 95 points.
I was at the Ducks game on Saturday.
You went to a Ducks game? Jackson believes nobody pays attention to them.
Yeah, and they played Colorado, and the place was packed, sold out, team going nowhere.
Jackson's going to issue an apology right now to the
Sold
Ducks.
out.
were they reading?
Were they reading?
What, like in the lower bowl at a Rams game? Were they knitting?
Knitting.
Very much into it. I was surprised, too. Very much into it. They gave a fan a free car.
Wow.
Jeez.
Well, they're flush with cash in SoCal.
I guess so. Yeah.
Where they didn't drive the car onto the ice, did
Yes,
they?
they certainly
They
did.
drove the car on the ice?
They most certainly did.
And that I would go to see.
Not during the game, Jackson. That would
Well,
be-
in intermission, yes.
Between periods, they did.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify. You seem very startled by
Well, I
it.
feel like that might crack the ice.
No, it does not.
Okay.
It's not a
Was it an
pond.
EV? Those are heavy.
It was an all electric
Yeah,
Honda
those are
SUV.
heavy.
Yeah. But it did not break the ice in any fashion.
Okay. Fair enough.
And one lucky fan was extremely excited that she had won.
That's pretty awesome.
But I was surprised, too, at how intense the fan base was on a game that meant nothing. Complete sellout.
I'll eat my words then. I'll give respect to the Ducks fans.
All right. Well, they got beat 4-2
You were crushed.
after leading 2-0, yeah.
You were crushed.
Colorado didn't play any of their big guns and still won.
As you might imagine, a lot of Jimmy Chitwood defenders have been nestled from their slumber, Doug, and one of them is from the 618 and says, I've sat with the real Jimmy Chitwood. You know what his name is? Anybody? The real Jimmy Chitwood.
James Chitwood?
The actor who played James, I assume.
Well, I think that, yeah.
Bobby Plump.
Love the name.
Who was that text in?
You have to wait till May 1st.
That's right. At his restaurant, heard story after story for 2 hours. He was the ultimate teammate. Bobby Plump.
Well, he might
Right,
be
so stop
gregarious after the fact, but certainly in the picture.
Is it possible they exaggerated things just a wee bit?
100%. That's what that's to what I'm referring to. The real story, I don't really, how do I know about any of that?
Bobby Plump's still with us, by the way.
Boy,
88 years old. I think this is the guy who, for that team that did go to the
Okay.
state championship,
Got it.
not the actor.
Not the actor who
Okay,
played
the
Jimmy.
real-
Doug, you will be delighted and not surprised. Your favorite haircut, an absolute beautiful flat top.
Oh, does he have one?
I would be
Gosh.
bleeding on my index finger if I were to caress it.
I like that.
So the actual person.
That's
Right.
correct.
Okay,
He is a former, this is Wikipedia, the greatest source of all time.
Yeah.
A former member of the Milan High School basketball team who won the Indiana High School Athletic Association state tournament in 1954. And Plump was selected Indiana's coveted Mr. Basketball in 1954. The award bestowed upon Indiana's most outstanding senior basketball player is voted on by the press. So there you go.
Best flat top ever? Would that be Johnny Unitas?
It's a nice play.
Howie Long still rocks it.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah.
That's also a nice play.
Tim, the actor is Maurice Valanis.
Yeah, he would be nowhere near 88.
Latvian, and they said he was an Indiana native invited to an open casting call for Hoosiers. He was spotted by the casting director at an open gym night. Growing impatient and waiting in line with hundreds of others, he decided to leave. But the casting director saw him and asked him to come back and audition.
Is that right? That's
I think
a nice
he
little anecdote.
for real made all those jumpers when him and Gene Hackman are talking.
Well, how else would it have happened in 1986?
The magic of movie making, you could mess that around.
I don't know about that. And I know you own goodorbad.com, even though we haven't generated $1 of revenue. But
Right, still coming though.
in 1986, was that 1986?
I don't know the years.
Yeah, that
Tim.
sounds right.
I mean, that was a one-take shot. They kept the camera wide the whole time while Gene Hackman kind of gave him the what's what and the who's who.
Yeah.
And
And-
Chitwood just wet, wasn't it? Wasn't that
A
wet?
pretty wet jumper, but you don't know if it took 10 takes or not. But
Either way,
it's not impossible to find somebody who can hit a jump shot.
Bob Cousy did it in Blue Chips, and he was like in his late 70s.
Oh,
just
Bob
knocking
Cousy,
him down.
yeah.
You guys want inspiration? The actor, Maurice Valanis. Tim, we have the Indiana cornfield on our hands. The actor that played Jimmy Chitwood was cut 3 times by his high school basketball team.
Wow.
How about that?
Well, we're going to bond when he joins us. What time is he joining us? 9:15.
Maurice
Yeah.
Valanis.
I know we have John Kelly on the Stiefel dossier. I know you were efforting 18.
He told me that he would let me know when he's popping on with us after tonight's game against the Utah Hockey Club.
Okay.
So Wednesday or
Got it.
Thursday, I would say.
But
Thursday.
the reason why you were actively pursuing is why?
Regular season, I know that they don't necessarily want guys coming on during the playoffs. Time to lock in, let's get this train rolling.
grow that
and
beard.
So want Robert Thomas on one more time before the team ascends to yet another Stanley Cup championship.
Nice. Okay.
Doug, is your optimism on the Blues the same as it was a week ago?
Well, not quite, but I'm still optimistic that they'll get in.
Because you are the ultimate optimist on the program, so I want
Well,
to get the perspective of the ultimate optimist.
I still feel like that they can't possibly lose their last 4 and not get in. I just don't think that that's in the cards. It's pretty well set up. They got a home game. The building will be rocking tonight. They ought to play with every ounce of energy that they've got. I think that they'll win tonight. I feel confident they'll win tonight. I'm somewhat stunned that it took every last one of those 12 wins in a row to have a chance to make the playoffs.
And they have won 11 in a row at home. That streak sort of quietly under the radar. If you win tonight, it's 12 straight at home. Clayton Keller, for the record, did score twice last night in Nashville. A couple of assists, so maybe he got it out of his system, Doug. Scores every time. The Blues play Phoenix /Utah/Mammoths. What did we decide they were?
Mammoths is live. Outlaws is also
Mammoths.
live, Martin.
Utah.
I don't like either of those names.
Nobody will be watching the Blues with the play-in tourney starting in the association tonight. That's from the Loomster.
Nobody will be watching the Blues in the association playoff. Read that again.
Sure, no problem. It's from the Loomster, and he
Okay.
was the runner-up and the listener of the year to Stephen Wildwood in 2023.
I don't know the years.
Nobody will be watching the Blues with the play-in tourney starting in the association tonight.
Oh, gosh. So who's playing, Jackson?
Dubs.
Atlanta, and Orlando. And then
Quinn Snyder will join us following Jimmy Chitwood.
Don't you dare
Bobby
say
Plump.
that you're going to watch that basketball game over the Blues tonight.
Oh, sweet
Don't
mother
you
of mercy.
dare.
Sweet mother of mercy. Sweet mother of mercy.
sometimes things are so obvious they don't need to be said.
Oh, God.
That means you're going to.
Yeah. Bad in the Redbirds game?
Ice tray.
And you won't
Ice
watch
tray.
the Blues at all?
No.
Oh.
Doug, there was a scene in Braveheart with a friend of the program, Mel Gibson, in which it became clear to him that the noble betrayed him. Remember that?
I don't remember.
And so, sure, Mel Gibson was on the ground in pain, but when it was revealed that it was the noble who had betrayed him, it was the emotional damage that nearly vanquished William Wallace. And right now, that's what I feel in my heart. Sure, I'm physically damaged, but the emotion of you watching the Hawks,
it hurts.
And
Magic.
thanks, instead of the Blues and Utah tonight.
Why don't you just
Heartbreaking.
pull out a saver and cut out our hots?
Did you say hots?
Hots.
Like the Tin Man from Wizard of Oz?
When you haven't watched a game all year,
This would be the one.
there's something about consistency. You know, hey, win tonight. You'll have my peepers on the game for the duration, but not the second beforehand.
So the playoff NBA format, 8 was not enough.
Only 8
but you
teams
gotta-
actually make the playoffs.
I know, but you got to have a play-in, Tim, for that extra spot.
Yeah, everyone's.
So you're actually in the playoffs,
Folks
even
need
if you weren't
forces.
top 8.
What's up?
What's up? What's up, St. Louis? Jackie here. What's up?
The teams in the playoff tournament are actually in the playoffs.
Yeah, in a way. I mean, the 9-10 games, you can lose one game and be out.
Right. But still in.
Yeah, in a way.
Someone save this audio for Robert Thomas. That's from Mr. Siders, who played Jackson in the 2024 J. Randolph Jr. Fan Page Club Championship.
I'll tell him myself. Well, it's not. I'm not some sort of leper because I enjoy watching hoop rock.
Leper.
Jackson's a horse's ass for saying that. Some of the Who's Your Daddy.
Heard it before. I'll be all right.
If
Well,
the
some
Blues
people
win,
like to-
Jackson doesn't get to start watching the Blues in the playoffs. That's from Angry Dan.
It's
Oh,
the
yeah, you're
kind of
not allowed. You're banned.
It's the kind of gatekeeping that's really going to grow the game. Nonsense. Playoff start? Yes. And I'm not like I'm not.
These aren't the playoffs.
I'm not going
These are 9-10
feign
teams.
like I'm some kind of huge, massive fan. I'm clearly a bandwagoner, front runner.
Well, don't
fair
wait.
weather.
Okay.
Get on now. There's still some seats up front.
Who's going
Doug's El
to?
Capitan, eh?
Someone's got to watch this Hawks Magic game for
Nobody
this
has to
program.
watch it.
Someone has to do the work.
No one
Gives
needs
a
to.
rip about the Magic and the Hawks.
Shout out to
God's
Snyder.
sakes.
Yeah, seriously, Quinn Snyder.
I like
you're
that
gonna-
Mike Bray. He's on the staff. Had a couple cocktails at the MAC a couple years ago, and he said, I'll have Quinn call you guys. Didn't happen, but we had a good talk about it.
Sure.
I'm a bad boy and I'm testing things, has just posted in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat that he is currently sweating a 10-leg tennis parlay this morning. It's clay season.
Oh, it's the DJ. That's dude. Early morning tennis bets are.
It's like when I'd be texting with buddies who have a lot of money on Tuesday night Maction in September. That's when I'd go, oh boy, do we need to get the group together and kind of do what they did in The Sopranos with Christopher?
And this fellow's betting on clay surface tennis tournaments?
This morning, correct? 10-leg parlay.
Are there any beyond the French Open? Isn't that about it?
Well, fun. That's not until the end of May, of course.
Okay.
I know. Yeah, I don't know
Maybe
what
there's
kind
a
of.
play-in for the French Open.
Maryland Heights meat massager says, I appreciate Jackson's consistent honesty. How about that, Jackson?
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. I can't change who I am.
This fellow says he's a meat massager.
Clip that on. Doug, the Rolex Monte Carlo Masters just ended.
Oh, is that right?
Did it?
Looks pretty sweet. It's right on the water.
That's clay, though, for sure.
I think the next person to get fired is Jackson, not Mike Schilt. And that's Chairman Steve, and he's in Wildwood, and he defeated the Loomster in the 2023 Listener of the Year competition.
My Schilt on the hot seat take is a long play, so you're gonna have to wait that one out.
Well, he did some winning here and got fired, so you may have a shot.
That's kind of what I'm saying.
You may have a shot.
It's not one of logic. It's just one of gut feeling.
My daughter and I ate lunch with Bobby Plump at his bar, Plump's Last Shot. He spent 2 hours with us sharing his story. Emily got to wear his championship ring. That's from the 314.
Gosh.
It's nice.
Emily got to wear his championship ring.
That's correct.
All right.
I have no doubts Mr. Plump is just a wonderful gentleman. Gregarious.
Do you think a guy tends to be more likable if he has a flat top?
It's certainly more approachable. A flat top is...
Approachable.
Yeah. I don't know. If you take that kind of care of each follicle, that's
It takes
a genuine human.
It takes a certain kind of follicles. You got to have thick hair.
Yeah, really thick hair. I never stood a chance.
No,
What if Quinn Snyder would go with it? Because he's got...
Oh, yeah. My brother had a marvelous flat top when he was a kid. Really sweet.
And that's different from a high and tight. Obviously, like the top is, but the sides are pretty similar to a high and tight, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
The Loomster wants me to set the record straight. Incorrect, Tim. I lost to an employee. Chairman Kurt, did you win the 2023 Listener of the Year?
The inaugural one.
Yeah, 2022.
22.
Wow. Oh, we've been doing this that long. Son of a bitch. Oh, Doug.
Was that his blueberry
Chairman
pop-pop?
Kurt.
No, that was just when
You just weren't on the program.
I was. That was kind of when I got my start making those TikToks.
Oh, yeah.
Momentum picked up.
Oh,
and
that's right.
Earned that Listener of the Year. Night of my life. Best night of my
Oh, my
life.
God.
How about that, Martin?
Lisa Ann was in the
2022
building.
Yeah, Lisa Ann was in the building. The 2022 Chairman Kurt, 2023 Stephen Wildwood, 2024 Buck Swope. Doug, there's your Listener of the Year on TMA.
I might make it my life's mission to top that for KG. We're going to find something that tops that as the greatest.
What would top that?
Well, that's a high bar. We're going to top it, KG. You hang in there.
All right. I wore my Cam Newton hat that night.
And it's a sharp look. I want people to know that. They're welcome to participate in the program. Here are the ways you can do so. Roman numeral number 1.
Okay.
314-399-9646. Text. You open up your YouTube app. If you're sitting at home, on your phone, you're at work already. YouTube, and then it's TMA STL's YouTube page. Now you're in there talking to DJ Patty Cakes, the Walrus King and deep voice dude. Then you can call in. Collier and Thompson sponsors those phone lines, 314-974-0101. And you can email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We are officially at the halfway point in the month of April. And it's a Jim Dandy here in this Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. A lot of winners. JV golf coaches leading by 1 over Buck Swope and Misty Plops. Keep an eye on the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. I know that she was Holliday. Doug, Holliday was in St. Bart's, I think?
I don't know where the Holliday
So she is back, and she will be emailing in. Plus, Brian has a win, along with Doug C. Hill, newsman, with a win. The morning after at InsideSTL.com, Design Air, sponsor the email of the day. Doug, I think, and now that you're back from SoCal, and I assume it was 40 degrees and cloudy when you were out there?
Upper 70s and sunny every day.
Okay. Look at these highs in St. Louis. Nothing but 60s the rest of the way. However, we got a precipitation festival coming. Thursday, 50% chance of storms. Friday, 40% chance of thunderstorms. Saturday and Sunday, both high percentage for rain. And Monday, 60% chance of rain. Can we stop that, please?
Knock it off.
Thank you. Been dealing with a lot of precipitation around here over the last few weeks. Design Air is the sponsor of the email of the day, and Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client. It's Design Air, heating and cooling. Any HVAC issues, go to designairservice.com. Longest running sponsor on TMA. It's Design Air, heating and cooling. 7:33 in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Universal Windows Direct, giving you a great opportunity here. If spring cleaning has you thinking about spring upgrading, this is the month to do it. Freshen up your home's look, boost your energy efficiency, and save big during Universal Windows Direct's Spring Improvement event. That's your home improvement where you can buy 2 windows, get 2 free. And there's no limit. Need 4? You pay for 2. Need 12? You pay for 6. You get the idea, but this month, the savings do not stop there. For a limited time, Universal Windows Direct is also offering no interest until 2030. That's right. Upgrade your home today and don't pay a cent in interest for 6 whole years. It's the easiest way to start your project now without the financial pressure. And here's the real spring surprise. Get a bonus $500 off your entire home improvement project. There's never been a better time to bundle and save. So if you've been thinking about adding an entry door or vinyl siding along with your window replacement, do it now and take full advantage of the savings. So what are you waiting for? Upgrade your curb appeal, increase your energy savings, and take on those big projects with confidence. Schedule your free in-home estimate today by calling 314-334-2522 or visiting universalwindowsdirect.com. For the last windows you'll ever need, go with Universal Windows Direct, and like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
So true.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. TMA on YouTube. YouTube.com/TMA STL. Subscribe to the program. And then you just go in there and, well, there's 204 people in there talking about it, including the 2022 or 2025 February listener of the month, the YouTube chat, who's talking to the TMA remote lab, who's complaining about the number of vacations that Doug takes.
Oh, Sevy Savard was all over this.
Yeah. That was 2 whole days I took this last week. That counts as 2 weeks in some people's books.
How many pan coins you got, bitch?
Oh!
And that's what you were saying in Anaheim?
No.
Is that where you were, Anaheim?
Well, that area, yeah. Irvine and Lake Forest and Mission Viejo and around there. OC. Gosh, it's beautiful out there. Mm-hmm. Holy smokes.
Do they have the best fans?
Well, they had good Duck fans.
Do they have a UFL team?
I don't think they do.
Okay. Well, so stay here.
So, okay, I will. Because I don't have $10 million in my bank account.
That didn't need to be included.
Mm-hmm. $5 for a gallon of gas did pay that.
That Orange County is an interesting pocket of California where it's very conservative. It's like the red state, that little just pocket in California.
Boy, it is beautiful. Good Lord. It is really nice. Really nice. And like I said, if I had $10 million to spend on a 2-bedroom apartment, I'd be moving out there.
Get involved on the program by texting in. Many are already doing so. It's the Air Comfort Service text line, 314-399-9646. You can call in. Callier and Thompson phone lines. John Kelly will be joining us coming up at 8:15. And Doug, the Cardinals are coming. Tra-la. Ali Marmol talking about last night, the team's recent performance, in particular, the way the team is getting some clutch offense along with some great starts. I mean, we're talking about here Palante on Friday night. You're talking about Liberatore on Sunday, and that's beating Wheeler. And then Gray last night beating Valdez, and the Cardinals doing some raking as well.
Man, good baseball. The boys are going about it the right way. I love what we saw today out of a lot of guys. I mean, obviously, Sonny did a tremendous job of going out there and giving us 7 strong innings, dominated. He did a really nice job. So we needed that today, too. So for him to be able to go 7 was huge, but our at-bats were really, really good against a tough pitch. Did a much better job of making an adjustment and taking it to him. It was a really good approach, 1 through 9, and made it really tough on him. So I really like the way we're attacking every day. There's a different way to beat every one of these guys, and the approach has been there. The execution has been there. You're going to lose some, but I just love the way we're going about it. So positive day in a lot of areas.
Yeah, what's not to like about the way they played last night? It does seem like they've been able to weather the Mason Wynn injury a little bit. They're getting decent shortstop play out of Donovan and Sajasi, and that's been big. Yeah, everything they've done here the last couple of weeks has really been pretty encouraging.
I wonder if Arenado, we write about it, we talk about it, Arenado versus Houston, is there any part of him that looks over there and says, okay, what would it have been like over there? Or do you think he doesn't even care?
Great column in The Athletic on that from Chandler Rome. I would recommend reading it. They posted it last night during the game. And this is the most, Martin, that Arenado's talked about that. He addressed it in a group media session right when he arrived in Jupiter. And that was a day or two after we left from doing the show down there. But that was kind of the extent of it when he would talk about it, even when he did one-on-one interviews or podcast interviews. I'd say there were a lot of things that were out there. Some were true, some were not. Well, he got into specifics on that situation. He said, inside a place he prepared to leave, Nolan Arenado saw one of the destinations he did not desire. On Monday afternoon, Arenado took his final round of batting practice while several Astros assembled outside the third base dugout. Arenado marveled at Jose Altuve, a man he called, quote, probably the greatest hitter of our generation as far as bat-to-ball skills, and, quote, one of the best power hitters ever in Yordan Alvarez. Quote, these guys are guys I know are going to be good, and I respect them. I know they have a great thing going. They've had a great thing going for so long. And then the article goes on to say, whether Houston would be able to sustain it became the most consequential question of a circuitous winter for both Arenado and the Astros. Houston's trade of Kyle Tucker to the Cubs aided Arenado in arriving at his answer, as did the Astros' pursuit of Arenado himself. Quote, Tucker is one of the best players in the game. And when you see a team trade him, 99 out of 100 players would probably be wondering, what does that mean? And that's the question I asked myself. And obviously, if I went there, Alex Bregman wouldn't have been there, and that's another player. So 5 days after the Astros finalized the Tucker trade, Arenado invoked his no-trade clause to nix an agreed-upon deal that would have made him the centerpiece of Houston's transformative offseason. You can read more on The Athletic this morning. That story done by Chandler Rome.
I'm surprised he commented that specifically because he's kind of been generic, as you pointed out, about the whole topic. We said that on this show. Why did it fall through? Because they would not have gotten that far if Arenado's camp hadn't said to the Cardinals, yeah, that's fine. Houston.
In that article, they said that was one of the 5 teams.
Okay, and
that is confirmed.
And we said on this show, okay, so what happened? And we said the Tucker thing spooked. The timing of that. Now, had he said yes to the deal, he gets down there, and then they trade Tucker. Can you imagine how hopping mad he would be if those two had been reversed? He's trying to go somewhere where they're, quote, all in. Had that happened, that would have been unbelievable. Signs on with a team that he thinks is going for it, and then they trade Kyle Tucker. So we had heard that was one of the reasons it fell through. And I think it also left the Cardinals kind of at the altar. They thought they had that deal done.
100%. The article actually says, Martin, that the Astros traded Tucker on Friday, December 13th. And then multiple team sources indicated that talks between the Cardinals and Astros intensified that same night. And one source told The Athletic the deal, quote, got to the 1-yard line. Arenado's approval is all that separated the two sides from a touchdown. Quote, I said, I'm not saying no. I just can't make a decision in the window that they needed it. And Arenado said that window was, quote, a few days, a length that didn't feel right to me for such a consequential decision. Asked if he sought input from any Astros players or officials while making a decision, he said, not really. I didn't want to rush into it. I didn't feel comfortable making that decision within the time frame. I had to make sure they knew that because I didn't want to bring them along for a long time and just tell them, no, that didn't feel right. I'd rather tell them, hey, I'm not going to make a decision now. If you guys have to make your team better, you have to do what you have to do. And then they did. They went out and signed Christian Walker.
I'm glad he talked about it.
Yeah. That article in The Athletic. He said, I think a lot of fans think I just said no because I think they're bad, which is obviously false and not true. For me to get my family to leave St. Louis at that point in the offseason with how everything transpired with the trades and all that, it made me a little uncomfortable.
And he likes to play here for the fans and not the money.
That was implied.
Yeah, I think so.
Outside of
he was hitting
interest in Boston.
316, whatever, a couple of homers, a couple of games in a row.
Great at bats last night. I love when somebody works a count, especially against a guy like Valdez, and then gets that double. Contreras got a hit again last night. That slow start is upticking. Mathematically, it kind of has to when you were hitting a $102, but now he's at 164. He did hit his first home run 2 days ago and got a stolen base last night. The Brendan Donovan thing is super exciting and impressive, and also he's being charged right now with playing shortstop, which is not usually in his repertoire, but he is playing shortstop with win out.
Yeah, he can play anywhere and look like a Gold Glover. He's really a remarkable player who kind of flies under the radar, I think, nationally. But he's really a heck of a player.
Well, we said it with Brad Thompson yesterday. I think he's under the radar locally because we're so focused on Gorman Walker. Are they going to do it? Is this year they're going to take off? Wynn had the big breakout season last year, and I feel like Donovan just kind of shows up, plays all over, hits every time. 10-game hitting streak, longest in the majors right now. When he came up in 22, there was an Albert Pujols event at Topgolf, and Wainwright was there. And I asked him because they had called up a bunch of players at the time. And I mentioned a couple of them, but he said, man, I'll tell you what, that Donovan. And I thought he was just another utility. I really didn't think much of him. And it would have been May or so of 22. And Wainwright's like, I'll tell you, man, that Donovan, that's a guy I'd keep an eye on. That kid can ball. And I don't even know if we used the soundbite because I was like, yeah, okay. Likes everybody on the team.
Yeah.
Everybody gets a medal. Okay, thanks, Wayne. And I'm like, wow, looking back, I'm like, he was all over it. God, it's almost as if he knew more about baseball than me, Tim.
Whoa.
No, don't take it that far.
You're right. Thank you.
Sell yourself short.
I don't like that. I don't like to hear that.
But he was just effusive, and Donovan had been here at the time for like a week.
Guys, Donovan's why Edmund's not here. That's from Chairman Steve, and he's in Wildwood.
And Edmund's tied for the National League leading home runs.
But where would you play him?
He's got 6. You play him anywhere.
Oh. Solved.
You think he breaks Bond's record?
I think this is the year he probably could. 6 so far, so he's on a pace to have. I'd have to run the numbers on that. But he's on the pace to have a lot of home runs.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't mind that. It could be a promo, Jackson. Arenado's a future Hall of Famer, but he's just not a winner. That's from the 314.
Oh, that's not fair. It's not fair.
Right below that, Harrison's brother Master, Jackson's nemesis. He's on the Mount Rushmore of your least favorite texters. Am I correct?
Yes.
He says, so Arenado's a big effing baby. Some Harrison's brother Master.
That's not fair either.
Yeah, I have to say, I disagree with the premise, and my reasoning is, if you're 34 and he turns 34 tomorrow, and you go, I might have, I don't know, just for the sake of it, 3 more realistic shots of being a starter in the league in winning a world championship, and the Cardinals have let me know what the situation is, I'm going to go somewhere where it increases my chances of winning a championship. The organization told me what's going on. They did the same thing with Contreras. They did the same thing with Gray. Those two stayed. I don't know their reasons. And Arenado wanted to try to contend for a championship, and I don't hold that against him. I know some Cardinal fans in the offseason did. I think Arenado thought that he might receive a really negative welcoming on opening day. And when he got the reception he got getting out of the car, and when he hit the home run and got the curtain call, I think that lit a little fire under his ass to know that he was welcomed back. And so far, he has been playing pretty damn well.
I think the majority of fans were on his side, and I know some were mad. Oh, you don't want to be here, pal? Pack up and leave. I think the majority of fans are like, hey, we're with you. Why isn't this team going for it? They should be they should be aggressive. You should be on a winning team that's looking to add on. So I think there were a number of people who totally understood his viewpoint. Now, when the Houston thing fell through, without knowing the full backstory, we had heard that Kyle Tucker thing fell through. I think some people were irritated. Okay, if you don't want to be here, there's your chance. What are you waiting for? And I think Katie Wood at the time said they wanted to see if, I think it was reported that maybe is there a better scenario, which was accurate because of the Tucker thing. So as much time as we spent talking about him, it is amazing to tune in and watch. And there he is, just playing third like he did the last 4 years. Nothing to see here, Doug. There was no offseason where he wanted out. There was no offseason where they tried to ship him. And he's in 316.
Well, I think any fan that understands the game at all realizes that in the first few years of a player's career, the team holds all the cards and the control. And then after you've had considerable success, like Arenado has over the years, then you gain control of the situation. And that's just where he is in his career right now. That's the system, and that's fair. That's how they all do it.
It happened to Tarasenko. He was not happy with the Blues. I remember training camp, Ruby's like, well, he's on the team. We're like, how is that going to be kind of awkward? He's like, he's on the team. Like, he's here. Too bad. And they go to Torrey Krug. Hey, we'd like to trade you. And he says, I don't want to be traded. So it does happen. We've seen it locally now, play out.
And I think, well, I don't know for sure, but I wonder if the Cardinal front office is now looking at the first few weeks thinking, well, maybe we sold ourselves a little short. Maybe there's a chance we can contend this year. Let's just kind of hang with it.
Well, we talked about it, I don't know, a couple months ago, that when you're looking around the National League Central, unlike every other non-central division in baseball, there isn't really a team that is going after it. There's a great deal of frustration on the north side of Chicago that they didn't do more. Now they're dealing with pitching injuries, and they got a real situation on their hands there. And then, you got whatever goes on in Pittsburgh year in, year out. And I don't think that the Brewers or Reds were a team that people were going, oh, there's no way. Unlike, take your pick of whatever teams in the National League East or National League West. So, with that established, once they couldn't trade Arenado, then perhaps you look at the season differently. The issue for the Cardinals is because the Bregman thing dragged out as much as it did, they didn't have finality on that. I mean, when we got to Jupiter, Florida, keep in mind, if you guys can remember that, day one, the thought process was Arenado would likely be going to Boston. And if it didn't happen, that Bregman would go to Boston, he was going to be the guy who would be playing third base for the Red Sox. Thought that was the case. that became confirmed after the fact. And even Bregman himself said up until the final half hour, he thought he was going to be a Detroit Tiger, which meant Nolan Arenado is going to the Boston Red Sox. So from the Cardinals standpoint, when I asked John Mozeliak point blank, is this Bregman situation impacting your spot with Arenado? And he gave me a wonderful answer of, you think? That summarized it quite concisely.
Did you want to expand on that, Mo?
That put them in a weird spot.
In the big picture, it is sort of strange to think another team will pay half. Let's say that's loosely the number, Boston. You're paying $15 million not to have Nolan Arenado. And in the baseball world, what really is $15 million? It's not a ton to a franchise. The only motivation would be, all right, well, that gives Gorman a chance to play third. But it is sort of hard to wrap your head around a guy who might end up in Cooperstown. We're going to pay $15 million just so you're not here to save $15 million, which, again, in the baseball world, that's not a ton of money. But if you're truly gutting the roster and going young, but at that point, when the Houston thing fell through, I wonder if you would sit around and say, okay, well, Feddy's still here. Michael is still here. Great. We're not really going that young. Maybe we should just keep him. Yeah. And I don't know that they ever came to that conclusion other than deals just sort of fell through.
Doug, they are not happy with me.
Okay.
Wow. It really bothers me when people call a World Series a championship. Tim, you should know better. Did you say that Rory won the championship? No. You said he won the Masters. Doug, that's from 314.
What kind of comment is that?
Weird.
It's a Masters championship. He's the champion.
I like that, champagne.
Champagne.
2 syllables. Saves time. We got a lot to get to.
But the World Series, you just say World Series, Tim, instead of championship? You're not allowed to say championship?
That's my understanding.
It's whatever Timmy says goes.
That's correct. That's actually the correct answer.
When people get bent out of shape, I see is whenever they call like an American sports championship the World Championship, World Series, World Champion. And to that I say, be better.
Pshaw.
Yeah,
Most
exactly.
of the best players in the world are here.
Yeah, the best players in the world play Major League Baseball.
There's probably a handful in Japan that could play here that would beat
100%. We've
somebody
seen
out.
It. Yeah. But the majority, the vast majority play here.
And the best ones over there want to be here.
Exactly. Precisely.
Doug, Jim Nantz told the world to exhale on Sunday.
Oh.
The world can exhale.
Well, what do you suppose the Cardinals do if things stay the way in the standings, about the way they are now, a month from now, month and a half, into June? They're lingering 2-3 games out, playing pretty well, and some team comes and says, we want Arenado and we want him bad. What do they do then?
I get the question. There's so many factors to try to answer it honestly, because how is Arenado playing? What is the circumstance in the division? The Cardinals in the mix for the division? Or are they in the mix for the wild card?
If the situation stays about like what it is now.
Well, I mean, if the Cardinals are sitting there at 2.5 back or a game and a half back and right around 500, I would not think that they would trade him.
Gosh, I would hope not. They might lose some of the fan support.
Which they have in spades at the moment.
What is your opinion on Doug's query? You can call in 314-399-96 or 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. Text in 314-399-9646 and talk it over with other friends. 258 are in there talking it over, like Aaron in St. Chuck and MD 2020, and he says championship name is an odd hill to die on. And then Too Fat to Kayak says, Doug, welcome back from the Hamptons. You love Montauk, don't you?
Well, I wouldn't. I was on the other coast, so I didn't really see Montauk.
Do you prefer the Pacific or the Atlantic go?
Well, the Pacific Ocean is cold, but the area is so beautiful out there. I'd say I prefer the Pacific.
Wow.
Newport
Left
Beach.
Coast, Libby.
Yeah.
Newport Beach is pretty nice this time of year. Pretty darn nice. But I love Florida, too. The Northeast, not so much.
All right.
But Florida and California, yeah, love it.
I feel like you love Philadelphia, New York, and Boston. You want to do sports talk radio there?
No.
Call for people to get fired every morning.
Don't need the intensity, the anger, the violence. Don't need any of that.
Mad Dog Vaughn. Mad Dog Vaughn. Weekdays at 10.
I don't know, Doug. My son lives in Newport Beach. He said Doug was whoring himself out on the boardwalk. He pays $3,200 a month for a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, and Doug was charging $60 for his services. That's from Chairman Stephen Wildwood. Is there anything you want to say?
You get out of town and you try to make an extra buck, thinking no one will see you, recognize you, and sure enough, someone's got eyes on you.
Including the Listener of the Year's son?
Apparently so.
I'm sick of coastal elites like Doug. That's from Nate the Great.
Coastal. I've lived in St. Louis nearly my entire life.
But what about that time in Miami?
Oh, boy, I was a coastal elite then.
See? Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
My wife is from Malibu. She used to service surfers at low tide. That's the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Grove. But high tide, all bets were off.
Sure, yeah, then maybe.
People are tired of the cat and his New York values.
Chuckles Marlowe in the portfolio of drops.
How is that marked? Because you did. It was dead on.
Charlie saying people are tired of the cat. New York
It's
values.
literally that. It's the drop is written out.
Yeah, pretty much.
What else you got from Chuck? Since he can't come on because he's busy tending to NASCAR business.
That's correct.
I am a winery guy. Why would you prepare for a show?
And if Chuck's listening, like, dude, you don't even need me to come in. Just play the drops.
$3,200 for 2 bedrooms in Newport Beach is an absolute steal. That's from Mr. Licks, Doug, and I would imagine he owns some real estate.
Probably so. Yeah.
Out there. John Kelly's going to join us coming up at 8:15. We have entered the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. The program's called The Morning After. It's on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Michael's has been family and locally owned for over 30 years, and Michael really takes pride in helping and making sure that his customers and his employees are happy. Michael's passion is flooring. And so when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he's making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard. That is incredible compensation in this industry. Just come in or talk to them, and you're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. There's a reason. Michael's has continued to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they're taken care of. And this then rubs off on the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet is awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. That's Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael. Make sure you visit IGotFloored.com.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Big game tonight, Blues, Utah Hockey Club, right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. Win and they're in. Win in regulation and they're in. Nothing to worry about if you're the Blue Note and you win tonight. Catch it right here on 101 ESPN. That was another SportsCenter update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
All right, Doug, now you're back.
Welcome back, Doug.
You're back.
Welcome back, Doug. Kind of a song you call your best gal to.
Hey, that's nice, Jackson.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Get involved on the program and talk it over in so many ways, such as emailing in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes up on the Stiefel dossier at approximately 10:45. John Kelly is going to join us coming up in 10 minutes for what is the biggest game at Enterprise Center, Doug, for the Blues since Game
6 of the finals.
Blues Avalanche?
Yeah, 3 years ago. The home loss
to the Avs?
With, 2 seconds left? Whatever it was.
Brutal.
Oh, and you thought they'd still maybe win that series.
Brutal. So, hey, got that
I think it
opportunity
is.
tonight. The building will be going. John Kelly will be on the call on television. You'll have the radio call right here on 101 ESPN with pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. I gather Jamie Rivers has been hashtag held accountable because he posted a video last night on the Twitter tweets, Jackson. He is your nemesis. You welcomed him to bring it on yesterday, even though I think he would walk in here and pin you up against the wall.
About 2 seconds.
That's right. But what do we have?
Yes, I believe Jamie was being held accountable. He would wear that Jobu shirt pregame.
Oh, did he?
In Winnipeg.
Yeah.
I think fans were saying that he kind of messing with the mojo, so he made an apology video with Jobu himself.
Did he?
Take a listen.
Okay.
All right, Jobu. I've been taking some heat on the internet for wearing you in warm-up in Winnipeg. The Blues fans think I'm responsible for the losing streak because I wore your t-shirt. We're going to fix that, Jobu, okay? We know, everyone knows, that Jobu's rum is sacred. So what we're going to do here today, Jobu, we're going to share a rum, okay? We're going to make things right. We know Jobu's rum is very sacred. Give Jobu a little pour over here, too. There we go. Big game tomorrow night, Jobu. We need you back to normal. Need your magic powers. How about a victory? Playoff hockey coming your way. There you go, Blues fans. We should be good to go. Jobu's rum, right here. Smooth.
I like that.
Feels like an excuse to drink rum. I mean,
You guys drink a lot of straight rum? That's not really a way. It's
No.
Doug, you're a whiskey guy.
When I was a pirate, I drank a lot of rum.
with a patch.
like it's usually almost exclusively done in a mixed drink of some sort, or boat drink even.
Yeah, boat drink, that's
Big
correct.
boat
So
drink
when the
vehicle.
Blues have that parade down Market, which is June 14th at noon, Doug, Jamie Rivers, I hope, will be able to enjoy the rum with the hundreds of thousands gathered in downtown St. Louis, celebrating in the Mound City a second chalice in 6 years.
That would be sweet.
Because all has been righted with Jobu.
Let's
and
hope.
now everything has turned back. The Blues will head into the playoffs. And why Winnipeg will greet them just like they did in 2019.
2019 summer, they brought the cup through town. It was making appearances. It was during the playoffs. And I think it was Frank, and we were doing a radio or remote downtown. Bob Wallace, former Rams executive, was our guest. And then they said, anybody want a picture? So we posted some pictures online. And generous executive Mike Caruso, who recently retired from the Blues, just didn't tell him, texted me and said, "Jackass, did you touch it?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "Oh, for God's sake." And I said, I'm not on the team. Like it
Or
really
a player
doesn't.
on another team.
It really doesn't matter.
No.
It matters.
Okay.
It matters.
Stop it, Frank.
Frank.
Jackson, that was Stedman-esque. I have no idea how you had that ready.
Wow. It's almost
That was
as
a
if-
moment for you. Doug, April 15th, 2025.
Where were you?
At 8:11, where were you?
I was right here. And so you got scolded.
Oh, yeah. And then a little bit of me, and I'm sure Jamie's going through this, even though you know it's stupid, a little part of me was thinking, God, I hope they don't lose. And then Army, like, you touch the cup? Huh? Chief, I heard you touch the cup. Like, yeah. But then they won, Doug, so maybe we need the cup in town that we can all touch the cup.
That only matters if you're a player on another team.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
that should be the thing.
Rum pairs well with a big yellow diaper. That's from the Hoosier Trojan Horse.
Can't
Jackson.
confirm.
Jackie, can I hear Frank again scolding us? Because I want to know what mattered so much.
It matters.
It doesn't.
It matters.
Okay.
Could have been a slot vehicle.
Wow. Barking at tuna.
Shrubs.
It's a big Frank 8 o'clock hour.
Brown and Crouppen is the sponsor of the program. All 4 hours of the magic here on TMA. Title sponsor, and they are local, and they were founded here, and they continue to be committed to the St. Louis metropolitan area. If you are in a spot where you need Brown and Crouppen services, you need a personal injury attorney, wouldn't you want somebody who is local, one who knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? Well, that's what you're going to get with Andy Crouppen, Terry Crouppen, and Ed Herman. They're a big part of the St. Louis community, a big part of TMA. They value the community. They value this program. Support the sponsors. Brown and Crouppen, the presenting sponsor. Brown and Crouppen online at brownandcrouppen.com or call 314-222-2222. It's Brown and Crouppen. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. That's Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of TMA. John Kelly joining us coming up in a matter of moments on the Blues and Utah. That's next here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome back. It's 101 ESPN. The show's called The Morning After, and it's presented by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program, and it's our pleasure to welcome to the show John Kelly joins us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, John.
Hi, Tim. How are you doing?
I'm wonderful. I'm fired up, and I bet you are as well.
Absolutely. This is like a Game 7 for the St. Louis Blues, quite honestly. The only difference is they could lose the game and still get in if they get some help tonight. But obviously they'd like to do it themselves and take the stress away because a regulation win would clinch a berth for the St. Louis Blues. At the same time, if Calgary were to lose tonight in regulation, then the Blues, as I said, would qualify. So there are other ways to get in, but let's just go with the Blues winning in regulation tonight. How's that?
That would be optimal, and the building will be trying to carry them to victory, where they have a huge 11-game home winning streak. That has been something to behold. I asked Chris Kerber this when he was with us, and I don't know if there's real data to track it, because how are you going to determine individuals' motivation? Utah's out of it, but they certainly have some skilled players. Great column by Jeremy Rutherford in The Athletic detailing Utah/Arizona's success against the Blues, and Keller and Schmaltz in particular. But in your career, calling games both here in St. Louis, seeing what you saw in Denver with the Avs and that team being as good as it was, when you saw a team that was in the mix playing a team that's kind of playing out the string, how would you see things play out more often than not? Because we're sitting here handicapping where Utah is, and then also Calgary's got Vegas and L.A., but what are they playing for at this point, even though they're going into the playoffs? So that's something that, as fans and hosts, you sit there and try to handicap the motivation factor.
Yeah, it's really hard to say. I mean, the Blues in the last game, of course, against Seattle, sort of stubbed their toe a little bit when they only got the single point. And Seattle obviously has nothing to play for at this point. And I think Utah's a better hockey team than Seattle. Utah won last night 7-3. They've been playing really well. Their power play has been great in the last couple of weeks. So, as you said, Utah has given the Blues some problems in the last couple of weeks. I know watching the game last night, they had Schmaltz and Keller on different lines. Not that that's going to hold true tonight. We'll see. But, again, the Blues have to be positive, and they have to take the initiative. And, I think, Tim, the best way to put it for the Blues tonight is don't play not to lose and play free and confidently. And I think if they do that, I think they'll be fine. Again, they have an advantage that Utah did play last night. But don't just go into the game thinking, and I don't think they will, thinking we'll win 1-0 or 2-1. Be positive, be on your toes, and again, don't play to lose tonight.
Do you think when a game is of this much importance, John, a team usually comes out and plays a little better and more intense, or do they play, nervous with so much on the line?
Well, yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I don't think they will. I think the Blues have really risen to the occasion, especially in the last 6 weeks or so. They played some really good teams and beaten some really good teams. As Tim said, they won 11 in a row at home. So, you can't play nervous. Again, this is almost like a Game 7, not quite the same because they could get some help tonight. But I think that they're a confident group at home, and they should be because of the record. And obviously the road trip didn't go the way they wanted it to, losing to some good teams in Edmonton and Winnipeg. But they have a great chance to get back in the playoffs. They've missed the last 2 years, and tonight with a regulation win, they'll accomplish that goal.
I would have never thought back in October, John, we'd be saying, boy, the reason they're struggling is they don't have Dylan Holloway, but he had become such an integral part of the team. It affects both lines. Do you think that's a big part of what happened last week, where just him not being in the lineup has thrown things a bit off?
Well, I think that, number one, you could argue that he is their second or third most valuable forward behind Robert Thomas. He does so many things well. He obviously can score. He can forecheck. He's physical. He's a great skater. So I think it has upset the Blues forecheck a little bit, and obviously they've had to mix the lines around a bit. Yesterday in practice, they had Snuggerud on left wing with Shen and Kyrou, so they're going to go back to Kyrou and Shen combination again. But, looking at that road trip, to me, it wasn't so much about missing Dylan Holloway, and they did. But in their own zone, the Blues weren't quite as clean as they had been. And it really began in that Winnipeg game. Even though they lost 3-1 and there was an empty net goal, it was a tight game. The Blues were not clean in their exits, and Hofer kept them in the game. And it sort of carried over into the Winnipeg game and then the Seattle game. The Blues not quite as sharp defensively, especially in front of their own net. And hopefully that can get corrected tonight against Utah.
We were talking with Chris Kerber yesterday. Doug was out, but talking it over with Chris Kerber regarding what he thought the Blues would do in goal. Logic would dictate that you think that it would be Binnington. But, Martin, you brought up the point that there's kind of been a pace to it, 2 out of 3. Any indication on that? What do you think the Blues will do? Just a kind of a slam dunk that it's Binnington, or do you think there might be discussion?
I think it's a slam dunk. I think you have to go with your best. And this guy has shown in big games that he is the guy, right? I mean, he did it in the Four Nations tournament, and he's done it, of course, with the Blues many times. So I would be shocked, Tim, if it's not Jordan Binnington tonight.
Yeah, I think it's got to be Binnington, but I was wondering because they'd done that rotation. They'd been pretty committed to it, but I think Binnington, even talking yesterday, was saying about the challenge and being in the moment, the biggest game. So I think I don't think it was a dumb question, Tim, yesterday. I was curious, but I guess in hindsight, it's like it has to be Binnington, even though they'd done that rotation.
It would be a huge story this morning if in a couple hours you find out that it's Hofer. You know,
but I think it's better.
Yeah, I would think. John, what have you thought of the play of Parayko since he's come back? Has he picked up where he left off before he was hurt?
Yeah, just one game, obviously, but he was great the other night, and just in time to get him back. And, the Blues' top D pairing now with Parayko and Fowler is really as good as it gets. Maybe only McCarr and Taves in Colorado would be better, and that's because McCarr is just so good and is such an offensive force. But the Blues really, for the first time since the Fowler trade, they're going to have the 6 most experienced defensemen in the lineup tonight. It looks like Tucker will be the odd man out. So Suter and Leddy will be the Blues' third pairing. And, of course, those two have combined for over 2,500 games, both over 1,000 games. So the Blues are going to put a very experienced defense on the ice tonight. Again, it's the first time since the Fowler trade. So that's exciting. But Parayko was his old Parayko himself the other night, scored a goal, and didn't look like he had missed 6 weeks for sure.
Well, Utah doesn't have a whole lot to play for tonight, but I'm sure they'd love nothing more than to knock off the Blues. They'd get a kick out of that, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I would think so. It's sort of strange when you consider what their motivation is. It is their last game of the season. Obviously, professionals want to win every game, and that's just in their DNA. But again, they played really well, and they won rather easily last night in Nashville. And for whatever reason, their style of play or the Schmaltz-Keller combination, whatever it is, they have been really tough against the Blues this season. So it's not going to be an easy game tonight. I guess optimally you want the Blues to get out in front here, maybe by a couple of goals, and maybe Utah says, the season's over and let's go home. Hopefully that can happen and the Blues can win easily, and it's a stress-free win tonight at Enterprise Center. That would be great.
John, is it more fun for you when a game like this has so much on the line? Do you kind of have a different – you've been doing it a long time, but I would think there's a little different energy.
Yeah, again, I really think it's like a Game 7 because the Blues know that if they lose the game, then it's possible that they could get knocked out, and they don't control their destiny. The Calgary game will start about an hour after the Blues game. Again, they host Vegas tonight, and then they wrap up the season Thursday in L.A. So if the Blues don't win in regulation, then it's scoreboard watching time. So again, it's really tense, and again, don't play to lose. Play on your toes and give it your best shot. Go down swinging. How's that? That's probably the best way to put it.
And we talked about this earlier, John. If they win in overtime, the place will be going crazy and it'll be fun. But that complicates matters if they don't get a regulation win. And it's too much for fans to sort of just sit there and digest in the moment. But the winning it in regulation is sort of the key tonight.
Yeah, because if they don't win in regulation, then it's still possible they could get caught and passed by the Calgary Flames. So, yeah, it's sort of a different dynamic. Actually, Jim Montgomery was asked yesterday, I think by Jeremy Rutherford. It was a really good question. He was asked basically in the last 30 seconds of the game, hypothetically, if the game is tied, would you do anything differently? In other words, would you pull your goalie and risk forfeiting the point, the guaranteed point you get for going to overtime, to try to win in regulation? And Jim basically said, I'm going to approach this game and coach this game the way I normally do. But it's an interesting question if it is tied late and the Blues do have an offensive zone face-off with, 20, 30 seconds to go. Do they gamble and pull the goalie to try to win in regulation?
I'd say no to that. I'd want that point in my hip pocket.
Trying to think of the math here, how that matters. Let's see.
I don't
It's
know
like
if
a poker hand, John. We got to start calculating. All right, I think he's on a flush draw. I've got a set. I mean, I got to go.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting question because, also at the same time, you're going to know it's going to be probably late second period, early third in Calgary. What if Calgary's up 4-0 in that game? And
you're right. You're going to have some information. They drop at 8 o'clock, Blues at 7 o'clock.
Right. So, again, the more information, the better. But if it does come down to that, it could be an interesting question and decision for Jim Montgomery.
Yeah, good.
Because if you get a point, this could get really complicated. But if you get a point, Doug, now then you're done at 80. Let's just say you get a point. You're done with 95 points. That means Calgary could still win both their games and pass you, right? So does it matter if they win out? What would that point do? All right.
It could matter. It could matter if you get a point if they stumble and say lose in overtime.
Yeah, if they get 1 point of their 2 games.
Right.
So if they end up with 3, so the 1 could be enough if they get 3, Doug. There you go.
That's where it gets complicated.
Yeah, you just win tonight and don't have to worry about it.
That's kind of what I was down there a couple weeks on Federico, and I said, if it's Vegas, it's. He said, just stop worrying about it. Just see what happens. And I said, okay. I'm back to that point.
But you do know that now Winnipeg is the top seed in the West. That is determined. Winnipeg, not just the top seed in the West. They've got the President's Trophy with 114. Vegas is at 107. The Kings are at 103 as far as the Pacific. But I'm looking at the standings. John, has Vegas clinched it? They're 4 points up, and they also have 3 more regulation wins. So I would think Vegas has clinched it, but they don't have that marked in the standings that way. Do you guys know on that? I know I'm crowdsourcing aggressively here, but I don't know. Just from the standpoint of motivation, because I noticed that Calgary is a real slight favorite tonight over a team that I didn't think was really playing for anything in Vegas. It would be wonderful if they are, and the whole roster is out there, as opposed to what we saw in Edmonton last week with the Blues.
Yeah, I looked at the standings. I thought they had clinched it, Tim. So you're looking at it and it's saying it hasn't been clinched. Is that right?
According to this, whereas the Jets have clinched and that's marked, that is not the way that it is marked on ESPN.com. That doesn't necessarily. But I mean,
See, I'm at NHL.com. It's got the division clinched.
They've got the division clinched
yes.
then? Okay.
And they've
got the Caps with the division clinched, but and the Jets, but they don't have.
And they're 4 points up, and they have 3 more regulation wins.
So mathematically, I don't know how the Kings would even if they lost both their remaining games, the Kings won both, they'd have 44 regulation wins. They're still 1 back of VGK and 45. All getting back to how does Vegas handle tonight in Calgary? How do the Kings handle things tonight? Should that matter on Thursday? The Kings, for the record, went out and took care of business last night against Edmonton. So with that all established, again, it's all irrelevant if the Blues take care of business in regulation tonight. And so you do have a playoff atmosphere with things getting underway at 7 o'clock in St. Louis. John Kelly will be on the television call. Should be a hell of an atmosphere in St. Louis as the Blues try to get back to the playoffs for the first time in 3 years. John, always enjoy the conversation. Can't wait to watch tonight. Thank you so much for the time as always, man.
All right, guys. Enjoy. Hopefully it's a big Blues win tonight and we can celebrate.
Amen. That is John Kelly with us here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program, and you are welcome to give your thoughts. And for the record, the Leafs, they have not clinched officially, but they are up by 4 points in the Atlantic Division. Yeah, I don't know why ESPN. So NHL.com has VGK clinching.
I was on the NHL standings, and they've got the Y next to
Right.
Vegas, and at the bottom, Y equals division win. And if you look at their regulation wins, there's no way the Kings
can't catch them. Exactly.
And so they have nothing to play for tonight.
That's what it gets down
So
to.
if you're the Blues, you just assume Calgary's going to win. I would almost tell the team, plan on them winning.
I agree, and that is why, if you're looking at it through the lens of the odds, it surprises me that Calgary is only minus 115. I recognize that Vegas is a much better team than Utah, but you get into who's going to dress for Vegas tonight. And I mean, God, can you just imagine there's a team that has a legitimate cup aspiration and they get hurt flopping around tonight? And
They might just lay down. And if you ticket pricing on ESPN.com, and I realize this is not the total barometer, but of all the games being played tonight, Boston's at home, Buffalo, Ottawa, Philadelphia, all these teams are at home. The highest ticket price, as tickets as low as, is the Blues at $94. This is on ESPN.com. But the Calgary home game, tickets as low as $20.
Doug, you want to go to the Saddle Dome?
No, it's too far. It's
$20
too far.
for a
We can
ticket
get
to
there.
see the flavor. They don't have playoff fever? They don't know about the baby?
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Okay.
I would say the Golden Knights will probably rest 3 or 4 of their top players. That's about all you can rest, really, right? 3 or 4. And they'll bring in 3 or 4 guys hungry to prove that they can play and maybe be included in the playoff roster. So I would think the Knights would play a little bit. You won't see their stars, but they'll still have guys out there playing hungry. Maybe it won't be a cakewalk.
They're getting paid over there, too.
The hell, they's on scholarship, too.
They are on scholarship. Mm-hmm. All right. Blues will take on Utah. Calgary taking on VGK. And Minnesota taking on Anaheim, the Wild, the biggest favorite of the 3 this evening. They are minus 250 against the Ducks, a team that Doug now supports. So you went and scouted them, I guess, for this matchup.
Scouted them for any players I'd like to see the Cardinals pluck off their roster.
The Cardinals taking on a Duck. That'd be a huge move. Had to catch some hell from Azalek.
Yeah.
Started signing members of the Ducks.
Yeah, well.
I don't really understand your question.
The Blues.
Fair enough.
Jackson, I'm looking at the Stiefel dossier, and I'm confused. I was looking at the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today standings, and then right above it says, if no, then I'll go suck my thumb in the corner.
That would be a continuation of a question I have prior to that. That's an unfortunate break in
page break
in the formatting. So yes, I understand why that.
Got it.
That might look odd.
Got it. Okay. Oh, it's the Hypothetical Odyssey.
Indeed,
I love
indeed.
the Hypothetical. I'm not stepping on the Hypothetical Odyssey, but I saw that above there. I'm like, I wonder what that's from. I assumed it was old, and it just hadn't been updated. Doug, like the Constitution, the Stiefel dossier is an organic, living document.
Breathing.
That's correct.
Okay.
Tim, 7-3, segment 7-3, which is probably passed. It simply says, Blues, Utah tonight. How do you do? That is the segment kickoff, and a kind of a nod to Jay's Randolph.
we did. Who was it? I told the story yesterday of Jay Randolph Sr. saying, indeed, indeed.
Russ Cochran. Russie Cochran. Russie, indeed, indeed. Well, that's right, Jay. I hit that 7 iron.
That's right. Great question, Jay.
I enjoyed
Thanks
that,
for bringing that up, Jay.
It's TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. The show is presented by Brown and Crouppen. This is the Morning After.
Auto Loan Pro wants to help you find your next vehicle. It doesn't matter what your situation is. Everybody's had a hiccup here or there, but Auto Loan Pro is going to do their best for little or no money down to get you a great rate and get you into a new vehicle. They work with over 50 different lenders. One thing you need to know when financing a car, the only thing to know, choose the Auto Loan Pro. Website, real simple, autoloanpro.com. Robert Thomas, RT, I think Joey Vitale calls him. Bob Thomas on the page. So is the free playbook. When you go online, make sure you scroll down and then download the free playbook. It explains to you the credit industry, how you can buy certain types of cars next time around, what type of car you might be able to afford. It's simple. It's free. It's going to help you understand how it all works. Auto Loan Pro doing their best to get you into a new vehicle at the lowest rate, working with those local lenders, saving you money. It's the autoloanpro.com website where you can learn and also buy a vehicle. Take it from Bob Thomas, friend of the show. It's all about the Auto Loan Pro. They are part of the Lita family.
Doug, Jackson's doing music themes now.
Yeah, what is this theme?
I think the Blues might need a little belief tonight.
Oh.
So this song by Imagine Dragons should do.
I think this was a Holiday walk-up song at one point.
Maybe he'll text your phone to confirm.
Yeah. He only texts when there's a bad caller.
Shot at Mr. Licks, who is arguing over whether or not his father-in-law has him on his taxes as a dependent.
I just don't think it's legal.
We've got some breaking news. On a 1 to 10, I want to make this clear. I don't think that this is considered even above a 5 for most of the listeners, but for Missouri basketball fans and our compadre here, Little Jackie Papers, I think this is probably, I'm going to call it a 7. Do you like that?
I'd say that's in the right ballpark.
We had this gentleman on Balloon Party when Dennis Gates was hired. He was at Florida State at the time. And then, sure enough, like a week or two after joining us on Balloon Party, raving about how great Dennis Gates was, he joined Dennis Gates' staff in Columbia. However, just announced here within the last 10, 15 minutes, Charlton Young, also known better as CY, is leaving Missouri to go be an assistant coach at Miami under 36-year-old first-time head coach Jay Lucas. So CY is going back to Florida, this time South Florida, and that now is the third coach to depart since the Drake loss. Assistant coach Rob Summers was hired as the head coach at Cleveland State, Gates' former job, and assistant director of basketball operations Nick Corda was hired as an assistant coach at VMI. So Gates now has 3 spots to fill. Jackson, are you concerned?
I think it's good to note that CY is from the Miami area, so kind of return home. Maybe a situation similar to DRF, Desiree Reed-Francois, who was the Mizzou AD who left for Arizona, her alma mater. Might be a situation where there's 1 or 2 schools where he might leave his buddy, Dennis Gates, for. And maybe Miami is one of them. It does seem like a lateral move.
Not if they're paying you more money.
Sure. But in terms of programs and where they're at, Miami was awful last year. I mean, awful. But in the world of college sports, that can change in a moment's notice. They just went to the Final Four a few years ago. So it sucks because I think he was an outstanding assistant coach, and I wish him nothing but the best. But yeah, it's not nothing, I would say.
But it's chaotic with the players, the
college
coaches.
sports world. I know.
Like Illinois reloaded. They went to an Elite Eight, and then they reloaded, had a pretty good team last year. And now Will Riley and KJ Yakachonis are both declaring for the draft, so they're
Trey
both
Johnson
gone.
from Michigan State led him to Elite Eight. Now he's with the NC State. I think we just kind of need to recalibrate where we're at when it comes to college athletics.
We do? The people here, or college athletics in general?
Fans, I would say. People who cover it, this, that, or the other. I just think it's the absolute Wild West when there's no rules, players, coaches, or otherwise. I think more of this stuff, more turnover is just going to be the norm.
You guys tend to dig in on those SEC kind of like wacky podcasts and things. I mean, Tennessee right now would be a field day with the kid.
Nico?
Yeah, Nico Maliava leaving.
Yeah.
And they said the school was mad, Doug, because his 4-year contract was going into its 4th year that he had signed before his senior year of high school. His 4-year deal with the Vols wasn't up yet, and he wanted to redo his deal. And they said, screw it.
And the Oregon coach turned him in.
Right.
Is that how?
Dan Lanning.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what's being,
Dan Lanning called the Tennessee coach and said, hey, your guy's trying to sell himself to us.
Well, I'm glad to hear there's honor among coaches.
Yeah.
I guess Jackson forgot that Gates went winless in the SEC last year. Oh, and did he forget they just lost to Drake in the first round? Funny hearing what schools he would call a, quote, lateral move. That's from Mr. Licks.
Oh, come on, Licks.
You should take a look at Miami's record and watch 5 minutes of game tape from last year.
Doug, do you want to watch 5 minutes of Miami Hurricanes game tape? Will it be with Jimmy Larrañaga before he quit right in the middle of the season?
No, post Larrañaga.
Post Larrañaga, please.
I mean, Miami certainly, you would think, has better recruiting opportunities, obviously a more desirable location. But
I think it gets down to money at this point.
Sure, it probably does. And this might be a situation where it's like that. Again, he's from Miami. And I don't blame CY Young for either bettering his situation or doing what's best for him and his family. It just sucks. He was like a tangible presence during Mizzou's 2 very successful years and obviously the one very down year.
All right, speaking of depressing college basketball news, I'd like to let you guys behind the curtain for a surprise guest that will not be happening.
Whoa!
Jackson was in on the makings of this, the inner workings. On Thursday, we were going to have the one and only Dickie V calling you.
Oh, really?
You dopes on this show. What's going on? I was going to have him even do like Patino and Izzo and all of that. He was going to play ball. He's at the MAC on Thursday receiving a Lifetime Award. Can you imagine that? I've heard, stupid guess, Martin. Nobody cares about basketball.
Kwame Voyukis the fourth and Steven time.
He's coming into town for their annual college basketball awards. I think Patino's going to be there and Cooper Flagg, but Vitale is having some serious throat problems.
No.
And he let them know, like, he can't even do any media scrum. He's going to speak that night, and he said his doctor told him, limit it to one speech because your voice, you really, you're supposed to do a bunch of Q&A type things, and he was going to, they had talked about lining up a phone call. I said, Jackie, did I not tell you about this a couple weeks ago?
Yeah.
I said, this was going to be, and I was going to have him come on just doing Patino and is on Jimmy Larinaga, but hopefully he's doing better and he'll be able to at least speak at the event that evening.
Yeah, he was just on with Pardon My Take, which is, of course, Big Cat and PFT commentator, and he called PFT commentator anything but PFT. He called him like PDF, DFP. He called him Patrick a couple of times. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah, I saw Scott Van Pelt was on with them yesterday, and he weaved in calling PFT Patrick.
Yeah, because Dick Vitale, unprovoked, called him Patrick and PDF.
I also like to make a correction, Tim. I was just celebrating a text win for myself, to my point. It was a Matt Holliday walk-off song at one point. Nice call, Martin. That's from Scott's Wrinkled Nutsack. And at the same time, I got a text from Matt Holliday that said, nope. So I said, I could have sworn we had an Imagine Dragon. He said, radioactive. So it was Imagine Dragons. It was a different song. I would like to rescind the comments and take away my text win.
Wow, and wow. You took a shot from long balls. Martin, you should join Dick and take the day off, you boomer.
Oh,
God.
Sorry, time is out.
I really wanted him to call in and have people say, dumb guest. Not a good surprise.
It's all about lifestyle and cash. Miami, Florida versus Columbia, Missouri. Are you kidding? That's from the 407.
I think in a lot of cases that can be true, but not every case.
Nice humble brag that Holliday texted you. That's from Waterloo Dad Brad.
Gosh. No, it's a common theme. He won't call the show. I've turned it Edmonds over here. Hold on, Landon's texting me. Hold on, Larry Walker's. That's me now, but it's the only way Matt is willing to communicate with this stupid show.
You don't have to worry about what you say because no one's listening.
Hey.
Right.
Tough
there you
but
go.
fair. Very direct. Very accurate, I can tell you that. Get involved on the program. So many ways to do so. One of those is the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. Matt Holliday, you're, of course, always welcome to call in. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. YouTube.com/TMASTL, where 293 friends have gathered, Doug, including the Huntley Hot Wife Hunter. That's Triple H.
Oh, really? He's hunting for them.
Yeah.
How do you do that?
Jackson, where do you hunt for Huntley Hot Wife Hunters?
Where do you hunt
for Huntley Hot Wives?
So many ways to answer this.
There's not a lot in Huntley, though.
Well, there's no like.
And for the record, he's not a fan of your work, I gather. The last comment in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, Doug, it was not supportive of the show.
Oh, well, it should have been.
It says, oh boy, college athletics talk with an eye roll emoji.
Okay, stop it.
Well, who do you think this is directed at? From the 636. Way to go, dingus.
Hey.
Could be any one of us.
I felt like it was me in the moment there. I was taking some shrapnel. Which, by the way, the skipper really enjoyed, because I guess Derek Gould used it later, and Tony came back and goes, shrapnel, man, I heard it again. He really likes shrapnel.
Huntley Hot Wife Hunter says Brio is best. So, Doug...
Now, that's Frontenac, but I guess they go a little north of Huntley.
Well, there's no businesses. I don't think
there's a bunch of U-turns.
I don't know if there's one commercial
businesses licensed.
Maybe some. Yeah, I don't know if zoning is aware of the businesses.
A couple of kegs for mailbox
drop shipping and such. But I don't know about any actual brick and mortar stores. I don't think there is
set up
one.
a little taco stand right there at the U-turn at Huntley, just
to bring them in the grass median.
Yeah, just to bring them some commerce.
Pray that someone doesn't slightly
some Gus's pretzels.
Oh, like by Filer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, we're going to bring it to Huntley.
That'll play well.
Like a little brown bag of pretzels.
Where people are going to stop on Lindbergh Boulevard going 45 miles an hour. Oh my God! Yeah, that would last 30 minutes.
Martin, why don't you tell people about Design Air Heating and Cooling, sponsor the email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com.
Well, you can't really count on this show for much. I think that's been proven, but you can count on Design Air. They've been doing it since 1904. All your heating and cooling needs, and soon that air conditioning is going to be running full blast all summer long. Good idea right now would be to tune it up. You can sign up online, get an appointment at designairservice.com. 1904, that's a long time ago. That means they've been doing something right. Seth Goldcamp and the family still own and operate the business, has their family's name behind it. That doesn't mean that out-of-town companies come in and bought it. That happens sometimes with an established brand. Still family-owned and operated. Longest-running TMA sponsor is Design Air. Heating needs in the winter, cooling needs in the summer. Whenever it's a service call, it's not going to turn into a sales call. They make sure their technicians are aware that you're under a lot of stress when your furnace or AC doesn't work properly. They're not going to add to that stress trying to sell you something you don't need. It's designairservice.com.
There it is. Sponsor of the email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Family owned, family operated, and doing business in St. Louis since 1982. I'm talking about Moritz Reusch Jewelers. That's right. Third generation. Dan is now operating the program, and I can tell you this, I have been in there, and it is a perfect place to go and get jewelry. 15th floor of the tower, right across from the St. Louis Galleria. It's located in Richmond Heights off of Brentwood Boulevard, just right there next door to Clayton, and you are going to get a private, non-pressure sales experience from the fine people at Moritz Reusch. They are online at ninjabling.com. We are in engagement season, and here is the deal. Lots of jewelry right there in stock at the store, specifically engagement rings for the guys who want to get something put together pretty quickly. You can do it at ninjabling.com. That's Moritz Reusch on the 15th floor of the tower, right across from the St. Louis Galleria on Brentwood Boulevard.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update. That's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Tomorrow night, you're going to get some NBA play-in action, the 9 and 10 games. So loser goes home, winner takes on the loser of the 7-8 games. A little confusing. But Bulls Heat tomorrow night, and then Kings Mavericks tomorrow night. Right here on 101 ESPN. That's why I care, Martin.
Oh, nobody cares.
That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, 9 o'clock hours, brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Mark's online at evergreenstl.com, or you can give him a call at 314-889-0503. That's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Doug, and he's the great communicator? That's what you call him, the great communicator?
I called Ronald Reagan the great communicator.
Well, Mark Hanna,
he communicates well. Whether it's like Reagan, I don't. That's a pretty high bar.
Pretty good communicator?
Yeah, that's what they call him, a pretty good communicator.
I would tell you this. Everybody needs a financial advisor, especially if you're younger. Make sure you have one. And Mark Hanna is a wonderful person who customizes his plan to the individual and loves getting to know people's stories to put them on the right path in the short term and the long term. 314-889-0503. You're going online at evergreenstl.com. That's Mark Hanna with Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Coming up in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour, Matt Holliday is going to join the program, Martin?
Oh, is he? I think so. We're going to clean up this whole Imagine Dragons nonsense.
We're going to get to the bottom of that. And right now, it's our pleasure to welcome to the program, Andy Crouppen is in studio. Doug, look at this.
Hello.
Presenting sponsor, TMA.
Another great communicator right here.
Yeah,
this is the great communicator.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
What's going on?
Doug's saying there's only one.
There's only one great communicator. That's Ronnie.
Well, but he's no longer with us.
No, so you're here to pick up the mantle.
Did you not break the news to him?
Doug doesn't know.
No, I heard a few years back. But you're here to pick up the mantle.
That's right.
Okay, good.
That's right.
All right.
You smell that Action Jackson? That's spring in the air.
Clip it off.
That's not shrimply pibbles after a bender.
Hold up your grease board. What do you got to say over there, fella?
He's got his Nell board in which he can communicate. Andy was talking it over during the commercial break and is a little surprised that none of us have met Jackson's, as Doug calls her, lady friend.
I wasn't sure if we were allowed to talk about that or not, but since you broached the topic...
Yeah, there have been allegations made by what is usually a supportive audience that Jackson's involved in a Manti Te'o situation because none of us have met her. That has been talked about on the program. Jackson is, I think, intentionally keeping her away from the show, which I would say is wise. And he wrote, indeed, Russie.
Well, if she's listening,
it says, indeed, I need.
I would like to offer my I'd like to offer my segment.
Okay, what do you got?
To bring her in and have a formal introduction. I just want to offer that.
Wow. What do they call it?
Not to you, to her.
Like the politician will say, I'm ceding my time.
Yeah, yield my time
right.
to the
Yielding
gentleman
my time.
from St. Louis.
And off the air, you can tell me if you want me to stop this.
He's going to answer with the grease board. Here comes the grease board.
But otherwse, we're on a collision course.
Pass is what he wrote.
Well,
Doug.
this is not necessarily all your choice.
Yep.
You're getting bullied by the sponsor.
Yeah, the title sponsor says.
I was actually talking more about the woman with free will on the other end of the conversation. But we'll negotiate it into the contract otherwise.
Maybe over sandwiches.
That's right.
Does I think still eat sandwiches? He's so doggone skinny.
Just a fraction of a sandwich.
Okay.
He is a little man now.
Clip that off. We can use that for me.
Sound complimentary.
He is a little man now.
I have a friend who, I won't mention the city, but he was involved in like a civilian police review board and got into it with the mayor over it. And we laugh about this letter all the time. The mayor of the city sent him a letter, something to the effect of, in your quest to save the world, I hope you heal the small man that resides inside of you.
Gosh.
It is like referred to regularly. And this was years and years ago.
That's going to be a new text inbox. The small man that resides inside of you.
I do like that name.
I've never seen such an insanely mean text from a mayor, a sitting mayor.
Sounds like they got sideways.
A little bit.
Kwame Voyukas IV, Martin says, am I still suspended? Martin, did you suspend him? Or
Doug, I believe, did.
I did, yeah. And
he's in the log.
I also hit him with a 30% tariff.
You did. You got him with a tariff, too.
And you know
more
what?
tariffs.
I'm going to go ahead and put a lien on his house now.
Wow.
That's right, because he's been vile.
Is that L-I-E-N?
I think it is, isn't it? You're the lawyer.
Yeah.
L-E-I-N, lien on
For the
house.
purposes of this show.
Okay. That won't feel good. It's designed not to feel good.
I got a legal question. We had a pool installed at one time, and then the contractor didn't pay the concrete guy, and like the concrete guy knocks on my door, and they said, "I'm sorry, Martin, we're gonna have to put a lien." And I said, "I'm sorry." When he said, "Well, we didn't," I said, "Well, we paid," and he said, "Yeah, but he didn't pay me." And I said, "Is that my fault?" It finally got resolved after some heated phone calls and such. But the guy said to me, he goes, "Yeah, I know it's not your fault, but that's just how it works." And I said, "Wait a minute, we paid the contractor." And he stiffed, at the time, the guy who did the cement work.
Put a lien on his house, not yours.
And I said, I'm going to hit you with a tariff.
That's right. No, you know what? That's actually a really important thing to consider when you do any type of work at your house. When it is finished, before you make the final payment, make sure you get lien waivers from the people who did the work, because that's exactly what they're for, is to prevent someone, a subcontractor, from coming back later on saying, "Hey, I was never paid," because then they do have a right, and they can put a lien on your home. You really have got to get those lien waivers. Are more than just sort of a non-event. They can and do come into play in situations like that all the time. Most of the time, people pay their people, but in certain instances, people get themselves into trouble or whatever. It happens.
Who gives you the lien waiver? That's the main contractor.
The contractor
will give you the lien waiver.
Well, they will, but generally they will get them from the subcontractors.
What if you don't know who they subcontracted with? Like the work just gets done.
Right, they'll give you a lien waiver generally after
the contractor will.
Yeah,
of all the people who did the work. So you should request that if you're a.
Most reputable contractors won't walk away without giving you a lien waiver, even though it protects you. It's just generally part of the process. Yeah.
It's really awkward because he said, "I'm sorry, Martin." He said, "By the way, great TKO last night, and we're putting a lien on your." No, I'm kidding. He did not say that. We did get it resolved. Tim, remember the vault situation we had over the old days in Webster?
Yeah.
A little bit of an explosion. I had one of those with the pool guy. Worse than that.
Really?
It was worse than the Barrett explosion.
Holy crap!
Yes.
Wait, something exploded at your house?
Well, I just got kind of upset, but we got it. We got it figured out.
Wow!
You exploded.
Yes.
You were the explosion.
It was worse than the one Tim witnessed.
I did. It brought me back to my childhood when my dad would get fired up. I hadn't seen anything like it until 2006.
Yeah, it was about 10 years after that. 26 was it 2016, Doug, when I exploded?
2016.
I don't know the years.
Okay, I think it was.
What is there? An eruption about once a decade?
Once a decade, yes. We're coming up on one next year. 2026.
Really?
Like a good.
Like clockwork.
Yeah.
Who do you
Feels
think it'll
good.
be? Any like preliminary suspects we think may be the recipient?
Like the texters, it's all in fun. The callers, it's all in fun. That's a great question.
Or does it
I
come
think
out
it's
of
a
nowhere?
surprise.
Yeah.
It's kind of a great
Surprise, yes, like
surprise.
Dick Vitale was going to be.
Would have been great.
How old's Dick Vitale?
85, I think I just saw.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I would have taken a little bit on the over, I think. I would have taken a little bit on the
He
over.
kind of looked older when he was 40. He always kind of looked.
For sure.
He had an older look to him.
Yeah, 85.
He always looked about 65, probably from age 40 to 80.
Right.
He looked 65.
With the energy of a teenager.
Yeah.
He's going to be at the MAC on Thursday night.
Is he really?
Yeah, featured guest.
He's
Rick
been through
Pitino.
some rough health issues,
Yeah.
but still battling, still out there working at 85 years old.
I hope that's not me.
You do not want to be.
Well, I think he loves it so
well,
much.
I don't want to have health issues and I don't want to be working, so I want to be the opposite of Dick Vitale.
Well, you can still swing by here and spread some joy.
Yeah, but this is, please, this isn't work.
Doug,
Thank you.
This is fun.
Doug, can you
Gosh,
believe
it
it?
sure feels like work to
Believe
me.
I get paid for this, Doug?
Heavy lifting.
Well, you're responsible for all the tariffs.
Yeah,
Yes.
you got the tariffs on Kwame Voyukas IV.
And they're going to hit us with reciprocal tariffs if we're not careful.
Oh, is that right? Kwame Voyukas is going to.
Not if they're smart. Not if they know what's good for them.
I'm kind of hoping that's what Kara Spencer does to the county, so we can kind of just get this
Go
thing.
back and forth?
Let's get this city-county thing really ramped up.
One of these days. Do you think we will ever be one?
Yes.
Really?
I do. Yeah, I do. I mean, if you say ever, if you say in the next 5 years, I would short that market. But ever, yeah, I do. I think it has to.
It would make sense.
Absolutely. I think the county takes in the city, I think is probably the way that it goes down. And whoever does that will initially be incredibly unpopular and then will be lauded years down the road.
History will treat them well.
I like that.
I thought Lyda Crewson was going to be the mayor that would do it because she had no political aspirations. She was already in her mid to late 60s, and so there was no political loss. Like, hey, you know what? I'm a one-term mayor. Let's knock this out. Let's get this done. And
nothing to lose.
Nothing.
The problem is if the county takes over the city, then the county becomes the city because we can't have no city of St. Louis. Right?
Well, it's just like
we are a city.
Everything would be St. Louis, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
I think it would only happen if the city falls apart so completely that the people that hold power there now, their power would be useless and meaningless. And then maybe the county could come in.
Maybe.
Nobody on either side wants to give up their power.
That's the problem. That it comes down to power and fairly different politics in different pockets of the metropolitan area, and 100 different police forces and 100. I mean, there's a lot of money, I'm guessing, involved in the trash pickups in the different municipalities, 50 fire departments. It would be very difficult. I wonder, I feel like people always say here that we are very unusual in how we are kind of set up politically. Is that even true? There must be other cities who have created a mess like this.
I've told this anecdote before, and I realized, Martin, we cited this yesterday. Martin made the observation, I think on Friday, Doug. He says, there are people I notice who listen and watch for all 4 hours, but complain for all 4 hours. So, but again, we're grateful for them. So some of the stories can be redundant. Mark Mantovani, who ran for county executive 3 different times, I worked with Mark on Sound Story, and he told me the story of when he was doing a Harvard fellowship, and it was on, I believe the title was Urban Development, and he went up and he talked with the speaker that day, and said, I'm from St. Louis. He goes, oh, you're from St. Louis. That's the most screwed up one of us all.
We've heard about you.
So, yes, St. Louis is, to answer your question, recognized as, I mean, with the number of municipalities, the setup of the governments, and where we were versus where we are, yes, it is.
Boy, Harvard fellowship, successful businessman. He should run for office. Yeah. People should.
Too smart to run for office.
Like that.
Okay, yeah.
Stays out
like that.
Overqualified.
Do you find you get that thing, like, remember in Private Parts, there was that line where they found with Howard Stern, the people who love you listen for an hour on average. The people who hate you listen for 4 hours on average because they want to hear what you say next.
Doug and I are both enamored by the hate listen, because I'm for the most part, I podcast. I would imagine Jackson's generation, Jackson being 20 years younger than me, podcast. But then so to go out and seek out a podcast to hate strikes me as different than a radio situation where if you're just listening on the radio, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But so if you just seek out a podcast to actively subscribe to and hit play on and then hate, I don't know. Like I said, when it's all said and done, I'm grateful that it exists.
It's like an electronic version of cutting. Like I can't imagine listening to something because you hate it. Like you just want to feel something. Like you want to feel the emotion of anger. I've lived my life trying to not feel any anger. I'm trying to be happy.
I don't know. Doug, what do you think? You've studied it here now for 18 years.
Well, there are radio shows that I don't care for, but I just simply don't listen. Yes. Move on to something else.
Yes.
How hard is that?
I would offer, Tim, that
very hard.
I think the podcasters are the ones who truly enjoy it, and the live listeners, not all, but some that want to be the hate is often during the live exchange.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I think you're off on this.
Really? So people that hate it will go on back and listen later?
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know.
Like Rogan, I'll bet there are a lot of people who hate Rogan who listen to Rogan
back
every
in the day, I think Rush Limbaugh had people who listened to hate. You know, and I realized that was more in the live radio era when he was having his, success and run.
You know what, actually, in fairness, I do that from time to time.
You listen to hate?
There are, during political, like big political events or seasons, I will sometimes listen to shows that I do not agree with, and I find myself like, I can't listen for long, but sometimes there's something that draws you to it that, I don't know. You want to hear what they say? I guess I don't do it much, but I'm realizing I do have that guilty pleasure during certain political times.
I would listen to Limbaugh, and I'm not that politically minded, but I was always fascinated, him and Jim Rome, how you do a show by yourself and keep it entertaining and interesting. And often the producer is like behind the glass, and they talk to them, but they don't really have, isn't that right, Paul? We'll get to that next. And they have these conversations that doesn't elicit an answer, but they constantly like, behind the desk, Jackson hammering phones. Yes, that's right. And they have this whole conversation, but they never really talk to the person. But there's always a producer. They're bouncing things off. So I would listen to Limbaugh a lot just to see how he did it.
He's a great broadcaster. I mean, I did not agree with him. Howard Stern, I mean, there are a lot of people who just, you know, they're like the Michael Jordan of what they do. They just have such a unique ability to entertain people, just the way they say things. I don't know if it's the tone of their voice. You know, it's like Chris Rock. Chris Rock could read the phone book and be funny.
You're right.
You know?
You're right about that.
It just, there's some people are just imminently
his look. I laugh when I just see his teeth, his smile. What's the deal with white people? And you just start laughing. You're like,
his delivery, everything, he's just got it. And you know, I think there are people who go into stand-up kind of thinking, oh, this is easy, I do it. But I guarantee you Chris Rock has spent countless hours in front of the mirror working on those faces, working on every word in that delivery.
Well, you lived in New York. You know the program that those guys like Seinfeld and Rock in particular go and try out material and will just show up and take your pick of a variety of the local places to see if it has some momentum for when they do a tour around the country or a Netflix back in the day HBO special.
Yeah, I think what you hear is they will go to comedy club after comedy club and tell the same joke and tweak a little word here, see what resonates. I think that there are people like those guys. I don't know that everybody, like Tracy Morgan, I think probably just gets up there and says crazy
Chappelle,
stuff.
I think, is more ad-lib, whereas Seinfeld talks about picking the, specific word and then emphasis. I mean, it is like, it's
obsessive.
Of course, yes, but that's what works for him, and that's what made him one of the all-time greats. Andy, always enjoyed the conversation. Andy Crouppen of Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor here on TMA. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Matt Holliday going to join us on the other side of the break. We believe, Martin, because he's been texting. He corrected Scott's wrinkled ball sack. It was not believe. It was radioactive for his walk-up music. Matt Holliday joins us next. This is 101 ESPN. Oh, Doug.
This was his walk-up music.
This was
Are we sure?
Well, you'd think he would know.
Maybe he forgot.
Well, we'll find out. Friend of the program?
Not really.
Yeah. Friend of Martin's text when Mr. Licks is calling in? Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. It's Matt Holliday. Doug, Matt the Bad.
Oh, Matt the Bad.
Here
Okay,
at
good
Imagine
fun.
Dragons Radioactive. It transports you to a happy time on a June evening in St. Louis. Hello again, everybody. Hi, Matt.
Hey guys.
Well, there he is. Okay.
Well, I didn't know when to talk there.
Okay.
We don't really have questions on this show. We just
No, I didn't know what that was. I was just waiting for the signal. It might be my turn. Go ahead.
So that was definitely your walk-up music.
You sure?
At one point, I believe that was one of the songs that was chosen. Yes.
Did you pick it, or does Leslie recommend it? How do guys come up with those songs?
It's a variation. I think there was times where I let my boys pick the songs that they were currently liking. So I was never really that big a deal to me. But you have to have something. So for a variety of reasons, you pick certain songs.
Ever superstitious? Like if you're not hitting, you switch the song?
I guess so. Maybe you try something. At some point, you'll try anything if things aren't really going the way you'd hoped. So I don't know that I ever wanted to give the power to the song of what I was coming up to bat to. So I didn't want to have that, try to make that an easy part of the excuse. But
I imagine that you are not familiar with this anecdote, but the World Series ring that you have is actually because of this show.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Colby Rasmus, member of the 2011 Cardinals for half the season, thought he would humor us and play one of the nonsense artists that we would play on this program as his walk-up music. He did for 2 at-bats and struck out in both of them after being in the midst of one of the hottest streaks of his life. He called up to the press box and said, "Never play that song again when I'm walking up." And 2 weeks later, the Cardinals acquired 4 players, and then 3 months later won the World Series. So I guess, Doug, you'll get a thank you note from Matt here in the next couple of weeks.
Still waiting for it. Yeah.
yeah, I guess I wasn't familiar with that story. So
Does it change your perspective on winning at all?
yeah, totally. I didn't know all that was going on behind the scenes. But
Yep. Those are the strings we
very
pull,
much
Matt.
appreciative.
Yeah, there's the thank you, Doug.
Yep.
Yeah.
Make sure I get on that, Doug.
Oh,
Let you a nice little note.
It's almost like it didn't matter to you at all.
I guess I just didn't know the severity of what was going on. So.
The impact. This is Team USA hitting coach Matt Holliday on World Baseball Classic. I think the shoe man, as Mike would say, is on that staff as well. That's kind of exciting. World Baseball Classic.
Yeah, I like to pick my spots. You can look really smart if you get to hitting coach the best hitters in the world. So, I don't know that there's much to do. I'll flip them some balls and throw them some batting practice and tell them good job and probably have a few laughs with D-Row and Skip and the boys. So, for a couple weeks in the spring, I think that'll be a fun time.
I feel like the other countries take it very seriously, the Caribbean and other. Is the U.S., do you have to kind of dial it up a little bit or do the players get it?
It's seemingly like I think the players, I haven't talked to any of them outside of Judge. It seems like the players at least are getting the sense that the other countries are taking this serious. And, I don't know. I can't speak for them, but I think it is gaining a little bit more traction on who wants to participate. I think that the real thing for the USA is getting the pitchers, that aren't signed to long-term deals, that can't afford to have any sort of injury in a situation like this. So I think that's the tricky part is the getting as good a pitching staff as you possibly can and having a plan on how to get guys like Paul Skeens and some of these young guys that are really, really talented to play for the U.S. when Japan and some of these other countries are getting all of their best pitchers to participate. So that'll be D-Rose. I'm going to leave that for him, but that's the juggling of this situation, I think, with the organizations and the pitchers.
And what's Skip doing? He's with the Rangers this year, Schumacher?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's doing. No, I'm just kidding. He's a special assistant to Chris Young, and I think with the idea that if Bochy retires at some point fairly soon, that would be where he would step in and manage the Rangers. But I think he's spending this season, I think a lot of it, watching his son, who's a junior in high school, and spending a little bit more time around the house with Brody, and then also still having his being part of an organization and having learning some new stuff and just furthering his baseball knowledge, and he'll be back. I think he'll be back in the dugout pretty soon in some capacity, I would guess.
Matt Holliday, kind enough to join us here on the program. It's 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. I'm curious on this because you got a chance to play for some great managers, so this is not intended to be a shot. I'm curious on your perspective on it. How much a manager impacts a season, a regular season game, and then specifically the postseason. So, for example, Matt, outside of this show, I thought Tony La Russa also had a huge impact on October 2011 with some of the managerial moves that were made throughout the course of the postseason. So I'm curious from your perspective, from that player perspective, and then now starting to get a chance to see it from the other side, how much you think a manager impacts things.
Well, I mean, I think it's I think they can have impact. I think that there are times, I think less now with the DH everywhere.
Yeah.
I think that managing people and putting guys in position to have to have the most success they possibly can, I still think is an art. I think a manager that can help his coaches coach the players. I think big league players still want to be coached. So I think that managing people, managing a staff, helping an organization have continuity from the front office to the players, and how do you get this information in this day and age with analytics, and you have a lot of people that are putting together game plans and putting together scouting reports, and they're putting together an idea of how they want the team to play, and I think that it's an opportunity for the manager to help bridge the gap between sometimes front office and some of these analytic guys that never played, helping them understand from a player standpoint and from a what's going on in the dugout and on the field, and helping bridge that gap, I think, is an important role that has serious impact these days. Tony was obviously a Hall of Fame manager, had a lot of impact on how games were run and when to do certain things, and was really good with pressing the right buttons and getting players to play to their potential. So I do think that outside of Colby Rasmus' walkout song and the impact that you guys made, was right there with that, probably at least for a couple of games.
Tony's probably like third maybe on that list. You think of the song and the impact. Did you mess with Tony? I feel like you had the cachet. If you wanted to kind of poke him a little bit, you could.
Yeah, I mean, there was times when I think his tights that he
leggings.
would yes, that he would fail to cover them with shorts at times when he would be out walking and exercising in public, that I was always a little tickled by. Yeah, I mean, I think that Tony's got a great sense of humor, as you guys know, and there was times when you didn't want to mess with you don't want to put the bear, so to speak, but he was a lot of fun to mess with at times when the time was right. But I had a few opportunities. I was the new guy and getting traded over, so I had to kind of find my way with that and just kind of watch how some of the other guys, messed with him a little bit, and then, you kind of go from there. But yeah, he was a lot of fun.
You told the story, I think it was at an MAC dinner, you got an award, and you said how he shut like the food down after the game several times,
Yeah.
so you started packing granola bars just in case. How do players react to that? Like, oh my God, he's finally lost his noodle. I mean, what does he say? Like, no food for you guys.
Yeah, the one story that stands out was Miami. We flew into Miami to play the Marlins in a makeup game at like 12:30 on our way. I think we were headed northeast somewhere, and we've stopped in to play a game. And I think Carp pitched, and anyway, I think we ended up losing 1-0 or maybe 2-0 in like an hour and a half, and we just didn't hit well. It was one of those days where there was probably like 44 people there. It was really hot, and it was the old Marlins Stadium, and we came in the clubhouse, and I don't know, we'd not been playing great, and we go in there and get shut out, and like I said, the other team's pitcher threw like 75 pitches or something, and just really one of those games that not good, and we came in the clubhouse, and he basically said that we didn't deserve to eat. The game wasn't long enough. It was, there was really no, we didn't do anything to deserve to eat, and that the food room was locked. And he's talking to some like older players. Like, we were pretty veteran team, and we all kind of looked at each other like, oh wow, this will be interesting. And so everyone was like, well, I'm pretty hungry. Like, so I think we ended up eating all the protein bars out of the weight room that day. And I think the people on the plane that afternoon were a little overwhelmed by the hunger of the team.
Didn't deserve
may or may not have ran out of food on our way northeast wherever we were heading. But yeah, that was the first for me. Was Tony gave us you guys aren't worthy of having food.
Worthy of a meal. Walsh, you got any chips back there? We're dying out here. Wow, that's great.
So all the Pete Prenzi's protein bars were eaten up. So that was it.
Is that a common thing on getaway days, afternoon games during the week, when both teams maybe going to go somewhere else, where they go up there swinging at the first pitch and just not really caring that much as they would a normal game? Because we see an awful lot of low-scoring, fast games on those afternoon getaway days.
I don't think it's intentional. I don't think that there's anybody that's like, I think we all appreciate the value of every game, and it can impact you at the end of the game, at the end of the season. But I mean, there's something to, a quick turnaround from a night before, particularly on the hot days and in a humid situation in the middle of the summer, and maybe the crowd is not as robust as usual. Where you're just trying to get through it. You're trying to really compete, but it's just, like I said, one of those hot days where you didn't get a lot of sleep, and you're running on fumes, and the pitcher is well rested and probably slept 12 hours the night before because they didn't even have to be at the game, and they can come out and have the advantage. And that kind of thing can happen, but I don't think it's one of those things that guys really think about. It just kind of happens that way because of the circumstances around it.
So, Matt, it seems the key to getting you on this show is to have Mr. Licks call in with one of his lengthy calls, and then that will activate Matt in Oklahoma. Is that correct?
No, I mean, it doesn't. I don't have anything personally against this person. I don't know him at all. But when you guys let people call in that I'm not familiar with all of the ins and outs of this show, I just was wondering who you would let get that kind of time on the radio. But apparently anybody can.
Reasonable point.
I just don't know. Who like I said, that you guys don't really have many guidelines on who gets to take up the majority of your show.
No,
it's tough but fair. It's very tough but fair.
So so I just was wondering some of these people are, but I'm learning the rhythm of this show as I take my daughter to school.
Oh boy,
I put this show on just to you guys are slightly better than songs I've heard a million times. So.
Oh my gosh!
There's a promo.
That's
Jackson.
another promo. What do you listen to outside of this program? I'm curious. Are you a podcast guy?
Yeah, I do like podcasts.
What do you like?
I'm kind of into the biohacking stuff right now, and some of the some of the health biohacking stuff that's going around. I'm pretty interested in that stuff, and sports podcast too. Some Martin, be careful. We rip it on Jim Rome. I'm a big Jim Rome fan. I heard you.
Well, hold on, Red Jacket.
Hold on, Red Jacket.
I was not ripping on Jim Rome. I was saying
you're like, well, he talks to his producer, and his producer never talks back.
I said that I was studying the format, like Rush Limbaugh, Jim Rome, how they talk, and I was fascinated by dialogue. No, I have nothing against Romey.
That is a take. It's a strong take. It's one of the best takes ever.
Have you ever been on Rome? You should be.
Oh yeah, a lot. Okay. He and I are good friends. I've been on this show a lot. A few times, and then when Jackson got drafted, and since been on a couple times to talk baseball. So yeah.
I love that. Okay.
Man, he's killed it, man. That guy, he might be in our industry, I would think, perhaps the highest compensated, perhaps, in the history of the game.
He's been at it a long time.
He's only 60, which surprises me.
Edmund's neighbor like right down the street, I think, in Orange County.
Oh, yeah? Yeah.
Or he was. Where Jimmy got tired of California, then he got tired of St. Louis. Jim is I can't have him on the show. He doesn't do media anymore, but he's now farming in Tennessee.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
That wasn't actually a question, but to be fair, that wasn't a question.
That's what I'd heard, so I was agreeing. So
that's another. You're learning the rhythm of the program. That's one of the rhythm. We just say things and then hope the guest responds. And if there's nothing, then we say something else. And this is like casting a line.
Yeah, I think that was a popular thing in the media when I played. They would make a statement, and then you would just be, I guess, are you done? Is that a question? Am I supposed to comment on this?
Cal May.
It's a very good question.
I actually hate that. I do hate that because people will say, it doesn't matter who the manager is, when they sit down at the end, they're like, good outing by so-and-so?
Yeah.
Like, it was a good outing by so-and-so. How about that bunt?
Here, Jackson's got an example.
Okay.
Michael, would you say an outstanding job from Luke today?
Outstanding job from Luke.
That's all we're looking
did you just
for.
repeat it?
Yes. That's all we needed that day.
Yeah.
Marshall Faulk used to get mad because he said the media would come up to him and they'd say, talk about Atlanta. He's like, you talk about Atlanta. What's the question? What is the question?
Did you say what a comeback?
What a comeback. No wonder Matt was always playing Golden Tee. I couldn't find him. I
didn't want to listen to you guys just say stuff and then expect me to comment on your opinions. So
it is. I do think, and I'm being serious, I do think all media across the board needs to be better at asking questions instead of making statements to players. Mm-hmm. Hey, Holliday, how come you didn't get a damn hit tonight? Now, that's a question.
That's a question. Yeah. See, I could answer that.
Okay.
Sometimes if the game went very badly, you hate to ask the questions because you don't want the player to feel worse. You just want him to maybe say something about the game. And there isn't really
just make a comment.
So I guess, and then you say, but you can say, you make a comment, and then you say, what's your take on that?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and
then you make it a question.
Right.
Yeah.
I saw this weekend at the Masters, Shane Lowry's like, we need to have a cooling off period. I guess they have a half-hour cooling off period in tennis, but golfers just walk right off. And in Lowry's case, he bogeyed 17 and 18, and he goes, I'm going to stop talking because I'm going to say something dumb. I probably have already said something dumb, so I'm just not going to talk anymore. You guys got, I guess, some semblance of a cooling off period because the manager would talk and then the media would come in there. But I think when you play 162 times, most of the time you guys are able to compartmentalize it perhaps more than, say, like a football player who has a tenth of those games. Is that accurate, or would there be times where you're raging when we would walk in there?
There's times when the frustration is still holding strong when the media is allowed in there. But I think most of the time, though, it's we have, like you said, 162 games that you know that you got to get another game probably within the next 12 to 24 hours. So you have to be able to turn the page quickly. But there's times when the accumulation of maybe you're struggling and you're in a slump and you just let the team down. And, you had a big spot and you didn't come through. That you're ultimately pretty frustrated with how things are going. That it's not as easy to turn the page and give a thoughtful response to a dumb question that that sometimes can be a little bit frustrating. So
closers probably have it the toughest, I would think, because that means they're coming. If they blew it, that means they're coming in right after that.
Yeah. There's definitely some challenging moments, but like I said, I was always good with questions. The comments and then the mic in the face. Did you want me to just comment on your comment? Or?
I think Roland was good at pushing the mics back.
Yes,
Alexander Steen, the GM and waiting for the St. Louis Blues, was often known for pushing them back. I did kind of hate, and some of the radio people are told to get the mic as high as they can because then that mic flag ends up on TV. Which is part of the problem. I think one of the dumber comments, we were all just standing around Jack Flaherty's locker, and he was wearing like a Lakers jersey. And and Frank, of course, is going to town on NBA talk. And I said to Flaherty, I said, "Oh, is the NBA your favorite sport?" He said, "Well, I play professional baseball for a living, so this is kind of my favorite." And I said,
"Reasonable."
Yeah, but like other than that.
Yeah, sure.
Question mark.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those sound like really good questions, Martin. I don't know why he would give you any pushback on that.
I think it's fair enough.
Sick.
Does anybody ever talk to the players about how to deal with the media? Are you given training at all by the manager or front office type? Or they just let you kind of figure it out on your own?
Yeah, I mean, I think they do some of that with like some rookie development. Some organizations I think are a little bit different, but there was I actually went to a rookie development thing. This has been obviously a long time when I was like in the minor leagues on the verge of possibly making the major leagues. They had a development camp where they would go through a lot of things like that where, maybe things that players hadn't thought about. But I think organizations definitely go through some training of media stuff, but I don't think it's real extensive on how to answer to media making statements.
Did you ever have a heated exchange, like in all seriousness, where somebody really said something either offensive or just got you at the wrong moment?
Yeah, if the over-under is 1/2, I think I might take the under.
Like
I just don't
one
think
time, a guy in New York after a Mets game peppered him or something.
I just don't think that's your. I don't think that's your game, man. Am I right on that?
No, nothing heated. I mean, I scoffed at a few horrible statements.
You're a scoffer. You're a scoffer.
Yeah. I mean, I was frustrated a handful of times at questions that or maybe, the guys that come over a little bit late and you've already answered that question at least once, maybe twice, and they throw it out there again and you'd just gone into, a 3 or 4 minute answer of the question, and then the guy pops over and asks the same one. I mean, I don't think I was ever confrontational about it, but I surely think my tone probably was not kind about, but I never got into it with never Bobby Bonilla or Deion Sanders, anything like that.
Oh, the loss.
How's your slide piece?
Speaking of Chuck Marlowe, they were in San Francisco, the walk-off loss, the Giants, 2014, NLCS. I called Charlie, he's out there, and we're doing post-game stuff, and he's like, dude, the worst. I said, what happened? And like the photographer's camera acted up or something, and gets into the clubhouse, and Waka, the scrum, is leaving. And he goes, I hate to even ask. And Walker's like, it's fine. And I'm like, that would be, that's when you debate as a, quote, journalist. Mm-hmm. You kind of need to hear from the guy, but do you just say we missed him? And I guess Walker, he was super cool and said, it's fine. But that's when if a player said, dude, get lost, I would understand.
Yeah. Yeah, you're probably used to that. Right, Martin?
Well, that's like get lost.
Wow.
God, I think now, Skipper, I'm taking shrapnel.
Yeah, you are taking.
Is this all because I stiffed you on opening day?
Wait.
Back to that.
So Tony loved the word shrapnel. That was his favorite thing.
Yeah, he sat in with us at the home opener, and I said something about the text line. He said, well, we take a lot of shrapnel. Shrapnel. I like that. and a couple hours later, when I was waiting for you to come out in the hallway, and it took like a half hour, and I said, forget it. Tony was standing there. Tony was talking to Gould, and he goes, hey, Martin, he's used shrapnel too. It's catching on. And I'm like, is it really catching on? It's a thing. So feel free with the kids and Leslie and the family, if you'd like to use shrapnel, feel free.
No, I like shrapnel. I use that. Yeah, I like that. Okay. Catching strays, I catch strays around the house occasionally where I'm not doing anything. Next thing you know, I catch a stray. But yeah.
Like the family zinging you a lot?
Yeah, like out of nowhere, like I don't deserve it, and somebody gets me, catch a stray.
Okay, I like that. Hey, Tim,
Doug, in
I
the
think
meantime,
Red
why don't you
Jacket
say something?
back on board.
You guys are bonding now.
Back on
It's
board.
good to see you bridging the gap.
Yeah, we're
from
back.
Opening day.
Yeah, we're back. We're back.
All right, we're back.
That's good to hear.
Matt the Bat, it's always great to talk it over with you. Thank you for listening to this presentation and supporting
Rack him.
Both Jim Rome and Mr. Licks.
There you go. Yeah, there's a Jim Rome reference. Nice, Martin.
Nice job, Martin. Thank you, Matt.
All right, guys. See ya.
There's Matt Holliday with us, a friend of the program.
I think I got patronized there. Nice one. I like that. Kind of a droll, it's going to slap us all around. We took some strays in it, too, I think.
I would think that, you can kind of tell, I mean, I guess in a way, because we've been down there and seen it, who would lose their crap and who wouldn't. I always thought, and all three of us covered him, he also listens to the program, Jason Isringhausen, because that's the closers are the guys who are within 10, 15 minutes of having the failure, I guess. I mean, sometimes you just get beat and then you get asked about it. But Isringhausen was always there and answered the questions, and you got a great deal of admiration, respect for that.
Right. He had the right temperament for it, though.
That's what I'm saying. It's kind of one of those things you don't know how to say it. Like, I kind of sense that Tom Brady probably wouldn't be great at being an analyst. Thought Peyton Manning would be, and I don't necessarily know how to say why. You just can kind of tell. So even though none of us were around Holliday for all his career, it just doesn't strike me as a guy who would all of a sudden lose his crap on somebody. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, I just wondered if ever in New York or out of town somebody brought up a topic he didn't want. I would have gone with the under on the 1.5, but I was hoping
that there was
a one. I like the Tony story. You guys didn't deserve food.
So they had protein bars.
Was the worst player snap? Was that Deion pouring water over Tim McCarver's head?
That was
That'd
insane.
have to be the worst.
Yeah. There's some. I mean, remember Vince Coleman? Didn't he shove a bat and broke the camera lens? That was in New York.
I don't
I don't remember that. With Shea Stadium?
Somebody came up to him with the photographer was in his face, and he took the bat and then. Oh, there's been a bunch.
Jim Everett
with
Jim Rome.
Jim Rome,
Always
right.
goes back.
And then, didn't Ryan Leaf get into it with a reporter too?
And then Junior Seau, I think, tried to negotiate the peace in that scrum. I think locally, though. I mean, Bernie Tony was the biggest with the explosion in the post game. And the Post-Dispatch had written something kind of mocking the Cubs, and they were in town. And that was Tony's big thing, is you don't mess with the opponent. And Bernie stood up, and the camera on Midwest, pulls out real wide, and you can see Tony at that dais and Bernie standing up. And because he stood up, it looked like they were literally going to fight. And then Tony just kept saying, you don't do that. Don't disrespect the Cubs. It's the wrong thing to do, man. And Bernie said, wait, why are you going to put on a big show? Why are you putting on a big show for everybody? It was a good comeback.
Yeah.
And I really thought they were going to punch each other, which I was there for. I mean, I don't think I was in the room, but I was excited to see it happen. Wouldn't that be great?
We always liked it when it was someone other than us.
For sure.
Getting into it.
Oh, man. We'll take your thoughts. People are now calling.
I'm going through the memory bank of what I've witnessed and trying to think of ones where it got incredibly tense.
Well, then you don't understand pitching.
Yeah,
That's okay.
There's one.
I'm sorry?
Jack Flaherty, once again, a topic of conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, Albert could be testy, but I don't remember a blowout.
Yeah, there wasn't a blowout.
You would just kind of get put in your place, and you would put your head down and walk away and go get a hot dog.
Right. Yeah. There was times they would say next to nothing, a one-word answer, and you realize, well, this interview is just about over.
Right. It was communicated without communicating. The brevity gave you the answer on it. James Carlton is also the great communicator, so it's Mark Hanna and James Carlton.
It's like a Mount Rushmore of great.
Yeah, I think so. That's what we have on this program. CarltonInsurance.net, longtime sponsor of both the Tim McKernan Show podcast and TMA. And you can Google them, and you're going to see 422 5-star reviews, people raving about what they have gotten. James has been our insurance agent for many years. He is the ultimate professional, competent, and inspires safety. One of the best business assets is the experience, help, and follow through that his team member Stephanie offers his clientele. She was extremely helpful dealing with our insurance claim and made the process seamless and easy. Stephanie, can't thank you enough for all your help and support getting our insurance claim processed and paid for. Many thanks for your outstanding customer service. That's James Carlton, Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, online at carltoninsurance.net. Jackson's got a hypothetical odyssey coming up for us, Doug, in the 10 o'clock hour.
What's he got?
Plus, we've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which you can participate in by emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. It's TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
St. Louis Zoo takes care of about 12,000 animals. That represents nearly 450 species. St. Louis Zoo's impact on wildlife and conservation is significant. That is why Together Credit Union and the St. Louis Zoo teamed up to offer the exclusive St. Louis Zoo debit card. That Zoo debit card rounds up the change for your transactions and donates that money to the St. Louis Zoo. Your donations will help further the zoo's mission of animal care and management, wildlife conservation, research, and education. And you get that debit card, you'll also receive special St. Louis Zoo membership perks like attraction tickets, parking perks, discounts on some of those attractions. If you sign up now, you'll receive that sea lion plush toy as well. It's simple. How do you do it? Give back with that checking account at togethercu.org. Or just stop by any of the 14 area locations for Together Credit Union. Don't wait. Sign up today and support the St. Louis Zoo. Visit togethercu.org for full terms and details. Together Credit Union, federally insured by NCUA.
Oh, Doug, your request got in.
What is this?
You know whose voice this is?
No.
This is none other than center fielder Victor Scott II.
Oh, is it really?
Mm-hmm.
Are you serious?
A.K.A. Argo. Yeah, his new album just came out a couple days ago.
How about that?
It really is Victor Scott?
Not your average rapper. Yeah, Argo. Victor Scott.
Why do you keep saying Argo?
That's his rap name.
Oh.
I didn't know that.
And that's a tribute to the Ben Affleck film?
Probably. Best Picture winner. Unremarkable, but
does he have a
Best
bunch of
Picture winner.
songs, or is that it?
Oh, yeah, he's got a bunch of songs.
Oh,
This is
has
just
he?
off his new album.
Okay, you act like everyone should know this.
I thought people knew that Victor Scott was a musician.
I
That's
did
Victor
not.
Scott II.
Well, maybe that's why he was
that's why he's down on Youngry Birds?
Because he thinks
Yeah.
maybe
Well, yeah, because he does it himself.
He's
He doesn't
in the
need AI.
industry.
That's right. He's the artist. You know, he's the person making the music. AI. What are we doing?
Have you sampled his music before on this show?
Last year when he was tearing it up in spring training, he was kind of.
Well, I'm sorry, I wasn't here. I'm still listening to old.
Martin's new here.
You're
I mean,
Marty
we're
Media.
going to have a big 6-month anniversary for TMA on 101 ESPN coming up next week.
That's right.
But Martin, by definition, is still onboarding, and that's coming up here in a matter of months.
Very soon.
It's true. Yeah, I Marty Media. I thought you knew.
Marty Media. You guys were on like some aluminum foil channel or something. I didn't know where to find you.
But the only way to
once in a
know
while you've been
you come after HD2, Doug will fight you.
And then there'd be an anniversary, and I'd get an email later in the day from a guy named Kurt Garner, and I said, "Well, I'm sorry." He said, "Can you call in?" I'm like, "What? You guys still have a show?"
There was one time where we almost didn't have a show because the door to the studio was locked.
Couldn't get
The door
in.
to the studio
That happens to the best shows, though, Martin. That happens to the best shows.
Not the toilet here that gets you can get locked in easily.
Yeah, you can. But we are almost locked out of our
I always take my phone to the bathroom just in case I get locked in.
Me and Chairman Kurt were with our credit cards trying to jimmy the door open.
Okay, I apologize for saying it was kind of jank.
It's okay.
How'd you get in?
Called security.
Oh, okay. So that was easy.
Yeah, well.
And they're here all the time?
This is Action Jackson?
Yeah. Well, I mean, not necessarily for just this building, but.
If you got here a little earlier, Doug, you could have helped us.
Show prep meeting, 4:30 prompt.
Well, I didn't have a key. Maybe one of us should have a key.
But don't worry, this door's good.
Okay. Whew.
There was HD2 living.
HD2
Right there on the
living.
edge.
That's right. You can get involved in the program. 314-399-9646. That is the Air Comfort Service text inbox. And then you can email in as well, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That'll be coming up in the 10 o'clock hour. Martin's got that onboarding, but Jackson's got the hypothetical odyssey for me and Doug. Doug, you want to go down a hypothetical odyssey?
Well, okay.
I'm going to tease it.
Oh, okay.
I'll
all
just
right.
ask it.
Well, all right, okay.
Is it safe to say that the Blues' quote-unquote reset was accelerated by the second half of the regular season? If yes, do you think the Cardinals could experience something similar with their situation if they just get hot towards August and September? If no, then I'll just go suck my thumb in the corner. So that's
What in the world?
Right. It's like one of those choose your own adventure books. So, yes, we can go one direction. If no, I'll go the other direction.
See, my dossier only has the bottom portion.
This organic, living, breathing document is wonderful that I have on my laptop. I recommend the laptop version of the dossier. Stiefel, thank
100%.
you. Okay, I got you now. I'm
So
with you.
basically, if the Cardinals can just get hot, do they change their perspective?
Right. Like, it's safe to say that the Blues' mindset for the next 5 years, let's say, was changed exponentially because of what happened specifically in the second half of the season, more specifically after the Four Nations break. Do you think there's something similar with the Cardinals out there, or do you think that just not in the cards? Like
Can I issue a gentleman's protest?
Yeah,
How many do you have
we'll
left?
field it.
I think I have 3 per show. Yeah. My gentleman's protest is, whether it be right or whether it be wrong, if the Blues do not wind up in the playoffs, it materially impacts the perception of said progress. Now, it's kind of determined by 60 minutes of hockey tonight. Now, of course, there's ways for them to get in with even losing tonight, but that will color things for the fan base. I also think that at this point, that I think for the casual fan, they might know the name Dylan Holloway. for the more hardcore fan, for the trained eye, they can see the difference since his injury against the Penguins 12 days ago, that I think the expectations for most hardcore Blues fans and casual fans have been pulled back over the last week. And I also think there's an understanding that it is not real likely that Holloway is going to be around if the Blues are in and play in the first round of the playoffs. And therefore, I think the season would be considered a success even if they were to lose in the first round of the playoffs by a lot of people, and therefore a major step forward. But if they were to lose tonight, Calgary gets in, Minnesota gets in, and they don't get in, I think that then changes the perception of the progress of the retool. That is my gentleman's protest. I now yield my time to the gentleman from the Kirkwood Pioneers and the CBC Cadets.
I don't know if that was a gentleman's protest. It was just a report on the current situation. I'm not sure
Jackson,
you're protesting anything.
Well, the question is operating on the premise that it has... It was the term you used. I guess I have it in front of me here. Is it safe to say the Blues reset was accelerated by the second half of the regular season? And I don't think that people will consider it to have been as successful as I actually think it was if they were to not get in the playoffs. And I can't make it as simple as if they were not win tonight, because they can still get in even with not winning tonight. And they can still not get in even if they do win, if it's in overtime. So it's all these weird moving pieces. But I think even if they do lose tonight and they don't get in, that my viewpoint going into next year is going to be much more optimistic, and the perspective that the team is closer to being in the championship realm than it was even 2 months ago, because 2 months ago the Four Nations was just getting underway. And so from that standpoint, that's incredibly encouraging. Because remember, Martin, I mean, we would have this conversation about, God, is this core the right core? Are they going to have to retool the core that they thought was going to be the guys to kind of bring along when Snuggerud and Dvorsky and these draft picks would make their way to the league? And I think that question has been answered by the last 2 months. And so I don't like when one game can then blow up 2 months worth of momentum. But I do think that if they were to lose and not get in the playoffs, I think for a lot of fans, it will be considered a failure. And I understand that from a micro standpoint, from a big picture standpoint, I think there has been substantial progress.
Yeah, I don't think it changes the fact that things have sped up a little more than most of us thought in terms of the roster reset.
I mean, Robert Thomas has been one of the best players in the league.
Yeah, and my concern was by the time the Snuggeruds, Dvorskys are really up to speed, then the rest of the core is kind of on their way out. But I do think now you look at it and say, okay, I can see this team being a legit playoff contender next year. I think if they lose and don't get in this year, it does it lessens the excitement. It doesn't change the reality of, hey, they're going to be pretty good next year. But it's kind of a body blow after you got, and Blues fans have had these roller coaster rides for years. You get really excited. Like if they don't win tonight, it'll be another one of those, oh, I can't believe they did that to us. It'll lessen the excitement if they don't get in, but it doesn't change the reality that things are sort of trending up.
The gap between the perception of not getting in versus getting in, and even if they got swept, I think is pretty substantial. Even though the difference is most likely one more win. I just think that there is, I think once they're in, I think at this point, and I think it's different. I think it's a big difference between now and 8 days ago. The expectations are a hell of a lot lower. Whereas if they wouldn't have had Holloway get hurt and wouldn't have lost last week, that I think the expectations might be a little bit higher. Now, with that all said, who knows? You know, maybe he comes back and maybe they get it going and they get through, you know, Winnipeg or Vegas. And all of a sudden, Jordan Binnington does what he did, back in 2022. And you're going, holy crap, this team can go on a heater. It absolutely can't happen. And it's not like they got blown off the ice last week. I mean, they're playing some great teams in their buildings the first two times. And I know Edmonton wasn't rolling out their normal roster, but the Blues were still right there without their guy. And in those games, they didn't have Parayko, and Parayko's back. But I think the fan base's expectations have lessened. I certainly sense that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, this game tonight could definitely impact how we feel about the whole season.
Yes.
One game does that frequently. I mean, 2019 is a glorious season for the Blues. Boston Bruins, not so much. Came down to one game. That happens. But as to the point, can it happen to the Cardinals? I'd say yes, absolutely could happen this year to the Cardinals. I think that's a reasonable thing to hope for as a fan anyway. There's every chance that Palante and Liberatore are much better pitchers this year than they've been in the past. That'd be a huge boost.
The Liberatore thing is incredibly exciting and encouraging. There's you got a couple starts of that right now. Palante, I agree with you. Walker, it's not like he's gone off, but it's been better for certain.
Same with Newt Barr has been better. Scott's been a lot better.
Yes.
So, yeah, Contreras and Arenado, if they can both play at an all-star level, Donovan looks like he's picked it up as well. So I think there's every chance that the Cardinals could have a Blues type of turnaround this year.
Friend of the show, Brian Bartow, longtime PR man for the Cardinals.
Lover of the Detroit Pistons.
And commenting, it's related. It's a Cardinal story, but he said it was in Detroit. He was listening to Holliday. He said one Friday night, Tony flipped the food room. And I don't know if he means they locked it or he literally, because I think Tony at times would flip the table. He was so mad. He said the next night, Eric Davis walks in with a sack lunch. And everybody says, what do you got? He said, I don't care about you bleepers. I'm having me a dinner tonight. He said, everyone laughed, including Tony. He brought in a little sack lunch because the night before the skipper had flipped the food room.
I remember one game Davis left the Cardinal locker room wearing a top hat with a cane. Boy, that is stylish.
He was entertaining.
He was something
He'd be a good
else.
surprise guest.
Oh, my
Put
goodness.
him on the list. Yeah.
He was something else. God, he used to haze my balls off.
You know what's funny? You said I remember a moment where you went. Might have been sitting down even in the club, but you went up to him post game, and he turned around and went, "What do you want to talk to me for? I didn't do crap today. Why don't these dudes out here were like, 0 for 5? I didn't do nothing, man. What do you?" And it seemed like he was really mad. And you were like, oh, okay, fine. And I swear, I was standing, he looked at me and winked. Like, just got the little fella.
He is exactly right. He enjoyed, number one, how young I was. I was 23. And number two, just fascinated by the fact that a functioning human being could be so small.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Did he mention the pincers?
Well, no, me and my buddy Poling.
Oh, my God. Was Poling working there?
Poling was working there, and there was a corner of the clubhouse, which as Will Clark talked about last week, was a very entertaining clubhouse. When you look at the 2000 Cardinal roster, you go, my God, it's a bunch of guys who are either in the Hall of Fame or would be in that tier right below the Hall of Fame. Was Davis an MVP? Was he like an MVP with the Reds at some point?
Probably. There was a time he was as good as anybody in the game.
Yeah, and there was a lot of personality on top of it. And I remember he called me and Poling, both on the shorter side, Doug, but both also expecting some growth spurts here in the next year or two.
Could happen.
And he said, look at you two. How are you two so small?
That was hurtful.
And I remember, I think it was Ray Langford was sitting there and just kind of like an observer with a smile on his face. And you just kind of got to sit there and take it. And it's, it's good entertainment. And then Poling and I were just thrilled, at 23 years old, that these guys were even talking to us, even if they're dressing us down on things that are beyond our control, candidly. But nonetheless, it was good entertainment. Yeah.
I don't know why I remember that moment, though, where he didn't like just torch you, but he was like, what? Get out of here, dude. You talk to him. What are you talking to me for, man? At least I put the ball in play. That dude over there struck out 4 times. And like called out a teammate in a joking fashion. And I was standing there because I was probably going to glob on, like if you got him to talk, I was going to take the coward's move and like lean in with our mic.
Oh, sure.
And then instead he looked at me and winked like, got him.
Got him. Got the little dude who's usually so happy just to be here. I'm going to bring him down.
3-time Gold Glove winner, Doug. 2-time All-Star and a World Series champ in 1990. I think John Dunston was on that team too,
He was. And following their National League Central Division title, you probably were in the clubhouse for that. The boys had a lot of libations, and Sean was in a really good place. Those guys celebrated. They ran out on the street and sprayed champagne and beer on the fans who were waiting out there. That team was fun, man. That was a good team, too. It was a really good team on top of it. Martin, you got onboarding, my sources tell me?
I got on board, yeah, and today they said new heading, don't mess with red jackets.
No!
So apparently
that happened with Matt the
that's
Bat.
now a topic.
So that's coming up. We got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up to TMA 101 ESPN. If you are someone who is looking to purchase a home or refinance, or if you are looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go to do any of these things. Well, that's where Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage can help you. I love when you can communicate directly with somebody on their cell phone, and that is exactly what Stewie does. He gives out his number. It truly is his personal cell phone. He's called me on it, so I can validate that. 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440. If it's a new home you're looking to purchase, he will get you to the closing table fast. Try 10 days, and he'll get you the best interest rate possible, and he also has that bagel loan that can help you out as well. What is the bagel loan? If you borrow $200,000 or more, there's no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Stewie's your guy. Give him a call directly on his cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the bagel loan.
This is Action Jackson with the Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex, the Cardinals offense. Indeed. Back in action today as they take on the Houston Astros. 6:45 first pitch. Your Cardinal hurler, Eric Fetty, who enters the game with a 4.2 ERA. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Media says watch out for Rask. Bennington is up for the task. Load your players with Gloria. I can feel a sense of euphoria. One more round, that's what's up. St. Louis Blues are coming for the cup.
9 hours away, Doug. Of course, Jackson will be watching the Hawks and Magic, so we won't get his feedback on tonight's Blues-Utah game that will send the St. Louis Blues to the Stanley Cup playoffs for the first time since 2022. How do you do?
Well, I'm fine. I'll be going to the game, and if they win, really? I suspect the celebration will be so great I may not be much good to you tomorrow.
You have a pony?
Yeah.
You need somebody to drive you down there? You got an extra ticket?
I don't have an extra ticket.
I was looking them up during the break. It's a tough ticket to get.
Is that right?
Is it really?
I can't wait to watch. I'm fired up. You can catch it here on 101 ESPN, 6 p.m. pregame, 7 p.m. puck drop. What do you got, Chairman Kurt?
After fees on the secondary market, you're sitting up in the 300s for $110.
Jeez. Really?
Doug's probably sitting with Stillman.
Yeah.
Bull and Bear Club.
No.
Boy, that is nice.
That is nice.
Just got the station tickets. Last week they put out an email, said, we got a bunch of tickets left over for this last game. Anybody want them? I said, sure.
Oh, you go out of town and then come back and just start taking free tickets.
No, this was last week.
It's interesting. Good point, Chairman.
Ooh, I can get you a real good ticket.
What, to the Hawks and Magic?
No, but for $192, you can sit pretty close.
192? What do you think? We all went to Horton Watkins over here?
Well,
I'm a meat and potatoes guy from Tam Avenue. Meat and potatoes. Hey, let's have Tim over and have some meat and potatoes.
Oh, we try to choose the people to make 192 for a ticket.
Well, we talk about value a lot on this program. Pretty good value.
Oh.
Sitting, what's G in the alphabet?
A, B, C, D, E, F,
8? Is that 8?
Nurse?
7 rows off the glass.
Okay. That's about perfect.
They should just do row 7. What are we doing row G for?
Okay.
It's not going to affect you while you watch the Magic and Hawks.
Meanwhile, the Redbirds you can get in for about nothing.
Yeah.
Jackie Robinson Day, no less. You can get into the Cardinal game for about $20.
All right.
I would have thought less than that.
With fees and all that.
Okay.
Let me see if I got anything updated on any lineups or anything like that from the great Jeremy Rutherford. Nothing. This is usually his sweet spot on the Twitter tweets. Nothing doing as of right now. Your updated odds for the 3 games that matter for Blues fans tonight. Minnesota now up to minus 270. They were at minus 250 when we started the show in their game against Anaheim. And Doug, you went out there to scout the Ducks.
I did, and they don't look very good.
All right, so Doug is on Minnesota minus 270. Blues are minus 160. That number is holding steady. And Calgary's down. Calgary's now an underdog. The hell happened there?
VGK?
Really? Yeah.
And VGK has literally nothing to play for, right?
That is correct. Color me confused here. Color Me Bad. What's your favorite Color Me Bad song?
I don't know.
I Want to Sex You Up is probably the George Washington.
Yeah.
What about I Adore Mia Moore, where there was a bilingual song title? That was kind of fun.
Oh, I do like that.
I don't know how fun it was.
Maybe you could play that as return music.
I think this Golden Knights club is going to be skating free and easy. I look for them to take the measure of the Flame outfit.
Is that game in
Calgary?
Nice show prep. Ass. Maybe if you, I bet you know where the Atlanta game is.
Orlando.
See?
I heard an old school R&B song this morning, Tim, and immediately thought of you.
Nice, thank you.
After 7, are you familiar with that?
I am familiar with After 7.
Ready or Not.
Oh, that's kind of the jam. I might have dry humped to that in the early 90s.
Oh, I might have done that this morning.
Doug, if you wanted to put $100 on just money line for the Wild, the Blues, and the Flames all to win tonight, you'll be paid $334.77.
Really?
I kind of like that.
Yeah, you'd kind of expect all 3 of those teams to win. But that's just thinking about it like how we think about it. This team's got a lot to play for. Yeah, this team's got a lot to play for.
Because anybody who's thinking of making a parlay is, of course, for the Dumbs.
Yeah.
It's a losing enterprise.
It is. It's negative EV all day. But We are negative EV.
Well, we have that caller or texter who has currently a 10-leg tennis parlay. He's sweating out. Yeah, so we wish him the best, of course.
Absolutely.
And so anyone else making parlays, just bet responsibly is what I'd say. The Blues take the ice at 10:30 per my desk.
Mount Rushmore of 90s pop stars you would like to change your tire. That's from Chairman Stephen Wildwood. I think it's a callback to Jackson's question last week.
Pop stars to change your tire.
I don't know if you were in or not, but Jackson had on his dossier
I believe I was here.
Doug was here that day.
I was
to
here.
change your tire.
So a pop star or R&B star? That's a tough question.
Could it be the same?
Yeah.
Just what singer?
Elvis was a pop star, wasn't he?
I would say, yeah.
Yeah,
big time.
I'd hit up Elvis.
But he said 90s.
Oh,
That's
90s.
I think I'd go Bryan Adams.
Vanilla Ice.
True story. My godfather discovered Color Me Bad and was their executive producer. That's from Shrimply Pibbles. Are you going to call? Are you going to fold? Are you going to shove right there?
I'll call.
All right, you'll have to see action on the turn. Shrimply Pibbles follow up, and he'll probably send in a picture of his wife. For the Real Housewives of TMA, gaining steam. And where are you doing auditions?
Is it really?
I guess we do auditions probably somewhere at Clayton and Lindbergh. Kind of got to.
I would think Starbucks.
Just to make it convenient.
Yeah, parking lot outside Starbucks.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It's coming your way. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN.
Is this Victor Scott Jr.? The last one was.
No, good as a fine guess, but no. This is Color Me Bad.
Okay. Doug, we are going to look up the translation of I Adore Mia Moore and have that for you on tomorrow's TMA.
What does that mean?
I adore my wife.
Love.
I love? Oh, I adore my love?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh.
So good.
Okay.
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. You can watch it and talk it over with friends at youtube.com/TMASTL, including the Huntley Hot Wife Hunter, who's in there talking to the master of the custodial arts, and Ryan Crawford. So they're all in there.
Okay. And he's hunting.
That's correct.
He's hunting them down.
He is.
Well, we did have that bumper sticker discussion yesterday about the person with the I love hot moms bumper sticker.
Yeah, Doug, you missed that. There was an MICDS, the rare combination of the MICDS bumper sticker, and then right next to it, a sticker that says I heart hot moms.
Oh. That was a real thing?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was sent in. Mr. Lakes actually saw it and sent it in. And then Jackson and I were involved with an anonymous tipster. You like that? An anonymous tipster.
I don't mind it.
Yeah, the stringer.
In a group text, who also spotted the vehicle later that day. And so, your Doug's taking a look at it right now.
Yeah.
Hot moms.
And it led
wonder how that plays over there.
It led to one of my favorite texts in the past couple of weeks. It was, I have a bumper sticker, and it said, my other ride is Doug Vaughn.
Mother ride?
That was a title of yesterday's either second or third segment.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
You should have suspended somebody from SoCal.
Boy, they'll get it.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. If you're not feeling that great, you're dealing with low energy, low motivation, you're tired all the time, that can be an indication of low testosterone. And that's where Mentality can help you, a local healthcare facility that specializes in helping men feel and perform at their very best. It's board-certified physicians providing a full physical consultation and blood panel analysis all during your first visit. I went out there. It was super easy, super friendly. You're in and out within 20 minutes, and now you've got the information, and you get the consultation on what you should do going forward. It is Mentality. They're local, and I have been there, so I can speak to the process firsthand. Don't let low testosterone hold you back. Be your best for yourself and your family. Visit mentalityhealth.com/radio and find out how to book an appointment or find an offer. That's Mentality. Loyal sponsor here on TMA. Little Jackie Papers, we've got the numbers in for the Masties and monster numbers. CBS hitting a 7-year high. Now, I would have thought it would have been a 6-year high.
In 2019.
Because 6 years ago, you had Tiger Woods. But that was a weird one, if you recall, because of rain in the forecast on Sunday afternoon. Tiger teed off at like 8 in the morning.
Yeah, I feel like it wrapped around like 1:30 or so.
So that was an outlier. Otherwise, I would imagine that would be the record setter. An unbelievable Sunday finish delivered the most watched final round of the Masters in 7 years for CBS. Rory McIlroy's thrilling victory to complete his career Grand Slam averaged 12.71 million viewers on CBS, up 33% over last year's final round audience of 9.59 million. And naturally, the coverage peaked during the 6 o'clock hour Central Time when McIlroy secured his victory in a playoff against Justin Rose. Nearly 20 million people were watching at that moment when Rory McIlroy sank the birdie putt to defeat Justin Rose. So that is a 7-year high for the Masters.
I think we talked about yesterday how that win in particular transcended sports, but also, generally speaking, I think the Masters transcends golf and transcends sports.
Correct. It is a bigger deal than the PGA, the U.S. Open, and the British Open.
Yeah,
and
possibly all combined.
Say if you were to combine them, I would agree with you. So, I mean, Jordan Spieth is in position to have the career Grand Slam. I don't think too many people are expecting it, whereas Rory was trending in that direction. Spieth has not necessarily been that guy for a while, partially due to injury. And if he were to do it at Quail Hollow next month for the PGA Championship, which is the one major he doesn't have, I don't think it would even get a tenth of the reaction that Rory McIlroy's Masters would.
No, yeah, I think that's a great point, that the fact that it was Rory getting the career Grand Slam, but not only that, at Augusta, Sunday afternoon, beautiful day in Augusta, it was like, what more can you ask for? A real sports are awesome moment.
I was really happy he won the playoff because I didn't want to see him lose the Masters because he missed that real short putt there at 18. That would have been a horrible thing to
it was brutal.
Think about, go back and look at over the years.
Do you think that missed putt is something that stays with him going forward, or does winning kind of erase the sting of that?
I think the latter, Chairman, and I think that he is playing so well that I think he could have another major win in 2025. Or more than one win. Because I think what happens with a game that is so mental is if you can break free, you then get into a spot where you are now freed up. And I thought a great example of that was one that we saw last year with Xander Schauffele getting his first major, and then sure enough, he got his second one, 2 months later at the British. So with as well as McIlroy's playing, having won at Pebble Beach and having won at the Players and now the Masters, I mean, holy crap, that's already the Player of the Year, damn near no matter what else anybody does with those titles. But his ability and his distance, and also he's made a little alteration plus the mindset. Let me put it this way. The shot that I think actually was most famous as a debacle was the pitch on 13 that went into the water from 80 yards. Like, all of us would be irritated if we did that, much less one of the best players in the world. If Rory McIlroy already had won the Masters and won it in the fashion that he did, and it's Sunday in 2026, and he has that exact set of circumstances, I don't think he's laying up. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
He's playing it differently, in part because of the lead he had, but I'm sure also part of it was, I'm going to manage this as opposed to play the way that got me there. And so I think the fact that he had bottomed out both with a double bogey on 1 and then by going in the water from 80 yards on 13, at that point, it may have freed him up to hit the shot that he hit on 15 that set him up for, what was it, a 5-6 foot eagle putt that he also missed. And when he misses, as we talked a little bit about yesterday, with his short putts, they tend to be off the heel or the heel side of the putter, and that's what happened on 18 with the one that he missed.
It is really impressive how they can hit an occasional really bad shot, and it just doesn't seem to bother him. After that first hole when he got a 6, I thought, boy, that's the end of it. He'll never come back from that. But I'm thinking, wait a minute, that's me. That's how I play. Right. He just marched on like it was nothing.
He already bounced. Thursday back 9 was second 9 was a disaster, relatively. And then he bounces back on Friday with a great round. Saturday gets red hot to start. Like he had a bounce back not only in that round, but all week. And that's kind of like, that's golf, like you're going to get hit, but one bad stroke doesn't make a round.
I mean, they can put the bad shots behind him, and that's probably what separates the guys really at the top from the rest of the pack.
The shot in particular, though, I mean, don't get me wrong, 15 was incredible, 17 was incredible, but to respond to Rose, and I know they can't see it from where they are on 18 in the playoff, when he knew Rose's shot was great. Yeah. I mean, for Rory to get inside of that was incredible, but for him to put it to within, I don't know what that was, it was in the realm of 2 to 3 feet, and I think probably closer to 2. And to hit that exact spot where it would then come back, not just with the spin, but off that hill that sends it back down. I mean, that is a defining moment. If he doesn't do that and he 2-putts and Rose birdies it, it's over. He is remembered in the same category, for those old enough to remember, as Greg Norman. And you hit that shot. In that, you have one shot. It's Marshall Mathers, 8 Mile, Jason Mott, Game 7, 2011 World Series. You have that one shot. You've been going toward this for 3 decades, and you execute it in that moment. Once you have that combined with the physical ability that he has to be able to hit the ball as far as he does, man, I'm telling you, I can't wait to see what he does the remainder of the year. And yeah, even though I would have won a nice little hit of money had Justin Rose won, I was thrilled to see him overcome that. I mean, that was, I don't know what we'll be able to compare to that. You know what I mean? From a golf standpoint, Spieth wins PGA. That doesn't do it.
Rory going on a tear, maybe. You know? Like he's had success at Quail Hollow. Oakmont certainly plays to his game. Portrush is in Northern Ireland, so Rory Slam. That's what I guess.
Well, it would be the Grand Slam
Yeah.
if you're gonna.
Right. 1 year Grand Slam.
Yeah. So
Which, I don't know. Is that ever? The Tiger Slam was obviously unique, but it wrapped around.
That's right.
No one's ever done it all 4 in a year.
That's right.
Probably still won't happen. But it'd be
If anybody could, it'd be either Rory or Seth Goldcamp.
Good call, Doug.
Yeah,
because he's with
I agree
Design
with
Air
that.
Heating and Cooling.
I think Seth's more likely.
He can fix anything. When it comes to heating and cooling, trust the name that's been around longer than all of us, a lot longer, actually. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling, proudly serving the area since 1904. That's more than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. And they're not just another HVAC company. They're the longest-running sponsor on TMA, and that loyalty says a lot. At the helm, Seth Goldcamp, a name you can trust, leading a team that truly values integrity. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You will never be sold something you don't need, whether you're dealing with the St. Louis cold or summer heat. They've got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com and schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904.
Send your emails in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It's coming your way the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen.
You would probably love to have the best lawn on your block, and the way to do that is to give Green Envy a call. Let them come out and do their thing. Been in business in St. Louis for over a decade now. Green Envy only uses products that are formulated for our local soil types, weather conditions, and turf types. No national, generic, cheap, ineffective products are used. Green Envy deploys a special crabgrass preventer that's a trade secret. They know how to keep that weed from taking over your lawn. Their service pros are commercially licensed applicators as certified by the Missouri Department of Agriculture, and that ensures you always have a trained professional on your property. Their programs have no hidden fees, no contracts, are open Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, to answer your calls and questions at 636-655-3689. That's Green Envy. I've had them take care of my lawn for a couple years now. They just do fantastic work. Their website is greenenvylawns.com.
chance will make your day. Our shenanigans will never leave you bored. Did you just say that? Good Lord. So grab your bonbons and pour your wine. It's our turn to shine. We're the Real Housewives of TMA. Yes, we're the Real Housewives of TMA.
Just so good.
How did we get Dolly Parton to sing that?
Yep. She loves the show.
I guess she does.
Yep. She loves the Gabe hits.
You think we could actually make that work, the Real Housewives of TMA?
Yes, I do.
Do you?
Yeah.
I do.
I don't know. Maybe we ought to try
I
it.
think you, as executive producer, on the verge of an Aaron Spelling-like run. He had Falcon Crest. You have the Real Housewives of TMA.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I guess I'm willing to give it a shot if you guys are.
I'm in. And the weird thing is we have multiple people, many of whom are actually women, saying that they want to audition for the Real Housewives of TMA.
They do?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they could send us in a video, I suppose, of themselves.
Yeah. Jackson, are you taking those?
Sure. It's really funny you mentioned that. I was listening to what I'm often charged with copying, which is the Rewatchables podcast. They did Good Will Hunting.
Would you recommend that to me as one of my
absolutely
favorite
right?
films of all
It's
time?
Bill Simmons, Chris Ryan, Sean Fennessy, and Ryan Russillo. And Russillo talks about how one of his buddies tried to be on Real World Boston. There's two of his roommates, and they started the audition tape, but they didn't hit stop record. So as soon as one got done, the other one just walked in and did his. And the second guy was mad. He claims they never waited to the second one.
Otherwise, he would have been on.
That's I imagine this is very, very similar.
Could be.
Texts are rolling in with people wanting to get involved in this.
See, it's happening.
But are they women? They're men.
Why would you say that?
It's a little of both, really.
Right. And if you dress a certain way, we'll take it.
I think the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom has to be in.
It has to be a guy.
It should be the matriarch of the whole thing.
Yeah. I guess Sharon and Clayton's going to have to stay in St. Louis for a few months to shoot.
Right.
I guess they could take videos of themselves at home and give us a rant or something.
This would be really nice if they produced the show themselves.
Yeah, and send it to us, and we'll edit it and put it together.
Yeah. Sharon and Clayton says one of the auditions, so she's in.
Okay.
I know Triple B wanted in last week.
Oh, she seemed to, yeah.
This feels like a summer shoot, fall release for sweeps.
Summer shoot, yeah, September.
Why? Why wait till the summer? You shoot it tomorrow. Shoot it today.
Well, we want it to be well produced, this show.
Yeah. With this show being as meticulous as it is with our preparation.
No, it doesn't take that long to produce this stuff.
The Ledoux Lawn Boy says he's in.
He's a gentleman as well. Stop it, fellas.
You're going to want to get your teeth taken care of at 100 West Dental before you appear on The Real Housewives of TMA. That's Dr. Brandon Pryor. The office is on Manchester and Baldwin. And world-class technology, the most modern technology with the patient experience at the front of mind. You're going, okay, I go and I see my doctor. I get a checkup. I'm good. Poor dental health can lead to poor medical health. Don't let that happen. Just go in and get checked out. Get a checkup. No phone call is needed to go in. Just check the calendar online for availability, and you can book right then and there. Go to 100westdental.com or call 636-585-0100. Plus, if you're interested in Invisalign, if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental, online at 100westdental.com. Design, air, heating, and cooling email today is next. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Big game for the Blues tonight, and you can catch it right here on 101 ESPN as they take on the Utah Hockey Club. Pregame at 6 p.m., puck drop at 7 p.m. There's another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, I don't know what you're going to do, but there are so many people who want to be part of your Real Housewives of TMA. How many housewives are you going to sign on for the inaugural season?
Well, that would depend on how many come with a lot of personality and flair and hot takes.
Yeah.
I would think you'd want 3 or 4 or 5, maybe.
Save some for season 2.
Oh, that's true.
And then a new Real Housewife enters, and she's causing problems.
Hey, we can work all that out.
Jeremy Rutherford with the announcement on the Twitter tweets that it will indeed be Jordan Binnington tonight for the Blues as they take on Utah, and a regular season win to send them to the playoffs as they wrap up the 2020-24-25 campaign. And then Doug will get ready on an Easter Sunday tilt in Manitoba. Puck drop at 2 p.m. in Canada.
Okay.
What do you think? You think that's happening? That wouldn't be bad. Forecast this weekend looks like it's the suck.
Yeah, it's supposed to rain all weekend. Winnipeg be a tough draw. They won the President's Trophy. They're a good team.
So you'd rather just yield to Calgary and not go?
No, want to go, but I'm saying that'd be a tough first round.
Well, I mean, they're going to win a baby, so you got to
If
go
we get
for the
hot,
best.
we got to get hot, though.
There you go.
We're not hot anymore.
It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Oh, wow. Guys, Plops here. Caught most of the show today. Yeah. It's all good, though. One show doesn't define your career in some instances. Have you guys ever considered shortening the show, maybe to like 30 minutes or so? That's neither here nor there, though. Doug, I like what you had to say in the 9 o'clock hour about the Battlehawks.
I don't think I mentioned them.
The men that go to those games, for the most part, fall into the category of hot Hoosier. I think Doug described them as blue-collar guys who smell like cigarettes and are probably banned from their children's sporting events, but who you wouldn't kick out of bed. I must have been in the little Wizards room when you...
Gosh, I didn't say any of that.
Descriptive.
Doug, I too collect photographs of men who have taken their shirts off at sporting events and keep them in an album that I hide under my bed. What are the chances? We should compare albums sometime. Are you free on Easter Sunday around 10 a.m.?
I'm not comparing
albums. I was going to bring mine to church to flip through while they're doing the candle procession. Let me know if that works. Thanks. That's Misty Plops, voted South County's #1 most valuable boy over 40 in 2022.
I remember
They have a vote for that?
Yeah, that was a big year.
Most valuable boy?
Over 40.
Misty Plops, most valuable boy over 40.
Yeah, that was in 2022 for the record.
2022, okay.
Thank you. Let's see what I got here. Jackson's pregame speech. Well, boys, this is it. All the hard work, blood, sweat, block shots, line shifts. That's still a hockey thing. This town's buzzing as if there were a Webster Grove standalone Auntie Anne's Pretzels announcement. Doug even returned from his 2-week hiatus to take duck lift selfies in Newport Beach. This is your chance. One game. Would you be willing to trade all the days from this day to that for one chance, just one chance, to make the playoffs? Because then I might even watch some puck, unless there is a really good court basketball play-in game between the 7th and 8th place Hawks and Magic. Now, go out there and make Bill's Holes and Timmy Tom Tom proud. Indeed, indeed. That's from Shooter McGavin, the Vice President of Sales, South Florida, Illinois.
Sorry. I don't know if I...
Shooter McGavin.
Disregard.
I don't even know what I'm talking about right now. That's what we have. Doug.
That's it. Okay. Well, I think in that case it's pretty easy. Misty Plops, most valuable boy, 2022.
Yep, slam dunk Plops.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, MVP.
Misty Plops. And he's voted South County's #1 most valuable boy over 40. Congratulations. Now he's got a Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day win. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Sullivan, Vaughn, and to McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.